Sorry. Oh my god. We're moving away the things that might actually... Alright, you guys keep the water in your mouths, please. 1, 2... Ready? Oh, that felt kind of good.
Okay, it's at 20. I told you, bro.
Hell yeah.
Okay, can I put it up to... Okay.
I want more.
Ah!
Oh, that's kind of nice. Ooh. Oh, it woke me up.
Take it off! Take it off!
No!
I'm turning this
My
off.
collar!
Alright, this is
my collar!
Pet dog!
Fuck! I broke my computer screen. I broke my computer. This is my computer now. Okay, we're gonna work on this. We're gonna work on this. I'm gonna work on this. I don't have anger issues.
Distraction? There's no distractions going on here. I don't know what you're talking about. Wait, I got this. I got this.
I don't know. We're not putting them. You're using my one-piece books. You're not reading them anyway. You're not reading them anyway. You're never gonna read them.
Andrea took my one-piece books and she put them under her DJs. Andrea, use your own
You don't
books.
even read them. You have 40 books and you don't read. You don't read.
But can we talk about something? Why is it this photo? Why does everybody have a fantastic photo and this is a screenshot from a random PCL stream when they used to make us wear the little golf shirts that don't even make sense? I'm not even looking at the camera. What is this? What photo do you want? Oh, well, I would love the same photo I have on Instagram and Twitter. Wait, did we change? We did it! Yeah! Hell yeah! Hey! Who made me 37, you asshole? Whoa! What are you doing? You came.
So again, for the context, try to read Jen Shahade. Shahadi article from... Fight.
Mob slip.
Okay.
I slipped.
Okay.
Didn't mean to ruin the
Scared
moment.
the shit of me.
Yeah, my bad.
Question, trap question. Who are stronger in this position? Bishops or knights?
Well, you said it was a trick question, so even though it's an open, typically bishops are stronger in open positions. But Dina said it's a trick question, so the answer is knight.
The trap in the trick question was that there was no trap.
Wow! Who does this? What type of cruel game is this? You see me when I'm down and you continue beating me.
Looks like 339,000 now in the pot.
I'm calling it right now. This is a queen.
No queens.
I will literally tip you $20,000. 20 grand.
Even Magic can't do that. And Botez again. Are you kidding me?
Top 100 female poker earners.
That's it. Did you crack it just now?
I really need help.
With what?
I'm running late and I've been trying for 10 minutes to put on my shoes and I have used every muscle.
Ask Vila.
No, he doesn't. I need you to pull my, please. I'm so
Not
late.
during this game.
No, I need
I'm not during this game.
All you have to do is pull.
Vila's right there.
Vila doesn't have the muscle it
Yes,
takes.
he does.
Please, I can't put on my
Andrea,
shoes.
Vila can help you put on your...
Did you count the seconds, Tina? I think the 10 seconds are up. Hi, everyone. How are you doing? We have the camera from Sardinia, and we have two sisters at the board before the game starts. I think that's a first. My name is Jon Ludvig Hamme. I'm here with Dina Belenkaya. Good morning, Dina. Dina, you're definitely muted. Oh no, that's me.
We are. Oops.
Now I'm hearing you. I didn't hear you earlier. Is that a problem on my end?
Hello.
Now I'm hearing you. Dina?
Yes, 1 second.
Okay. For today's game. Oh, I made a lot of errors. For today's game, there's a big question. What will Andrea play with the white pieces? Will she play the Jabava London, or will she play anything else?
The Jabava London or anything else. You can hear me now.
Yes.
Hello, everybody, and welcome to this historical day in the Botez family. Once and for all, we are gonna know if Andrea Botez is gonna get a revenge for all the bullying for the childhood, or if Alexandra is gonna show the dominance and prevail and let everybody know who is the mama in the family.
I thought you were the mama.
I am the mother. Alex is mama. But Alex is the boss, and she has a huge pressure on her shoulders today. The world of Chaz has been waiting for this day once and for all. And yeah, I cannot believe, Hammer. I cannot believe we're gonna witness this truly historical moment. Just at the time that we were going live, I accidentally unplugged my microphone, and I think it's a sign. I think, Hammer, it's a sign that today we're gonna see something very special, very unusual. I think it's like, that cats that can hear the thunderstorm, they run away under the beds.
Do you have any information, Dina?
I do.
Okay. I do too. Whose information do you have?
I have Andrea's information.
Well, I know what Alexandra is doing. Do you want to compare notes?
Okay.
I will say this. When we were preparing for the game yesterday, Alexandra insisted that on the call I speak, but she wanted to write because she didn't want Andrea to hear what she was saying. So she was writing and I was speaking during the whole conversation. Also, Alexandra insisted that we look at multiple different openings. We spent half an hour because Alexandra wanted to check out all the internet games that Andrea had played. And Alexandra at some point seriously considered playing pawn to e5 after d4 and going into this queen sacrifice that happens in the... I don't even know what this opening is called. That's how bad this opening is. But this is some queen sacrifice that has been played online by Aman Hambleton. And, well, Alexandra was saying this would be very funny, very good content. And, well, I vetoed it. So that is not happening.
Yeah, you gotta be careful. Oh, there she comes. There she comes. The other Botez. She's at the board, you know, and as we speak, I am sending the message to the father. Hello, Andre. Who are you rooting for today? And I'm sending a message to the mother, Lucia.
That's
Hello,
harsh.
Lucia. Hope you're doing well. Just wanted to ask, who are you rooting for today?
Okay, the handshake has been made, and we're ready for the first move of this game. Andrea smiling at the camera, but she does go for the pawn to d4 in the end, trying to make people believe that she considered doing anything other than the London. But will she play the Jababa London, or will she go for a regular London? I can now reveal that Alexandra is prepared for both instances.
Oh, Andrea
And
puts her earplugs. Knight to
Alexandra trying to
f6.
fake. Yeah, Alexandra was faking that she would go pawn to c5, which is what she has played against Andrea on the line almost exclusively. But Alexandra is saying, I am willing to take on your London system by going knight to f6.
All right, who was that? That's the tournament director up. Andrea is focused. Andrea took this game very seriously. She came in a suit because she knows this day in the office is gonna be not like any other one.
Alexandra was telling me that there's no chance that Andrea is not going to spend like 4 hours preparing because she wants this so much. Andrea has gone for a regular London. She's delaying the knight to c3, but mods do not pay out the money just yet because she may play knight to c3 later on. This has all been anticipated by Coach Hammer. Pawn to e6 played by Alexandra. And this does not come as a surprise. This is part of the prep still.
Just to be clear, did you say Andrea would likely or unlikely spend 4 hours preparing?
Likely.
Likely.
Well, I didn't say it. Alexandra said that was definitely going to happen. Andrea has played pawn to e3. She's going for a normal London to try and come up with the first surprise. But mods do not pay out the prediction just yet because she may still play knight to c3. Alexandra plays pawn to d5. And now, the moment of truth. Does Andrea go with her knight to the c3 square to get the Jabava London? Or does she stay within the confines of the old school normal London system? I guess I can reveal that this was all predicted. I'm very proud right now. I told Alexandra, you know what? I think she might play the normal London.
She's gonna play the normal London. I can guarantee you she's not gonna go for Jabawa because she knows who is behind all the preparation.
Okay.
Knight to f3.
Knight to f3 played. Jabava London, believers, you have failed. We now can pay out.
And Andrea at Alexandra asking her sister, did you expect that?
Okay. Pawn to c5 played, putting pressure in towards the center of the board. Okay, to be fair, if Andrea now plays knight to c3, I have scammed a lot of money, a lot of channel points from people. But I think not having played knight to c3 in the first 4 moves, she's unlikely to do it again.
Man, history is being played right now. I cannot believe. I'm still under shock ever since I saw the pairings yesterday. Today is the day C3 has been played on the board, and we have the normal standard London. Knight to C6.
Knight to C6 from Alexandra. And now Alexandra's prep is knight to D2, I think. I don't fully remember. But we got ourselves a bowl game. And the Jabava London has not been played. Dina, do you have any intel on this? Is this going to happen again? Has Andrea lost confidence in her main opening?
Oh my god, how dare you, Hammer? You are so negative towards Andrea when she is just taking your student out of the book.
No, I'm not being negative towards Andrea. I'm being negative towards the Jabava London.
You know, just because the opening is perfect, you don't have to play it in every single day, especially you know that you have your sister and her grandmaster coach preparing against you the whole night just before. There is nothing wrong with Jabata London. It's just that, you know, people like you and then Alexandra, they deserve a special attention. They deserve some prepared surprise.
Okay.
You gotta take them out of the book.
Let's see, knight to D2. And Alexandra already messes up her prep.
What?
Yeah.
Excuse me, did you say you have prepared for 5 hours? And
No, Andrea
just
prepared for a very long time. Alexandra didn't have time for that. Maybe. I don't know.
I can guarantee that if anyone was obsessed with the result and preparation, it would be Alexandra.
Yeah, maybe. She really doesn't want to lose against Andrea. But I feel like playing bishop to d6 when the prep was to go knight to h5, that's a very clear indication that she didn't spend that much time preparing.
All right, so the idea behind your preparation was to get the bishop out for the knight, to get the only piece that Andrea knows how to move, which is the London bishop. And instead, Alexandra offers a trade of those bishops, not having any two-pair bishop advantage after that.
Yeah, no, now I'm just terrified that she's going to go knight h5 now.
Oh.
But she needs to realize that she messed up.
All right, everybody, we're gonna watch Alexandra precisely up. Here's the disappointment face. Here she comes.
I think
She's
she
looking
just
at the
realized
ceiling.
that this wasn't what we prepared.
Up. The disappointment in her eyes. You can see it. Up. Yes. Alexandra is the first one who started to think. We need to get Coach Banzea on the call. We need to know all the details. We need to know who had who. Hey, is this still prep?
What do you mean? Oh,
Just
you're
text
getting
Alex
Batsea?
Banzea. Just texted him. Asking for content. All right. Maybe. Alexandra replied with short castle. short castle happened on the board. Hammer is very disappointed. He is not impressed.
I mean, it's just a game of chess.
Very tilted, coach.
But Alexandra was planning to get the some surprise value out of this knight to h5 move, and she mixed up two of the lines, which I think more than anything right now it's about keeping calm when you've you've not followed your own preparation, and then you have to readjust and figure out, okay, how am I going to make the best out of this situation?
It is official. Alexandra Botez has just mixed up her preparation and now is out of the book. Does it mean that Andrea came better prepared?
I guess.
Ladies and gentlemen, the history is now being played. Both sisters are facing each other for the first time ever in classical chess. And so far, the advantage after the opening, at least the psychological advantage after the opening, is on Andrea's side.
Alexandra is spending some time now, which makes a lot of sense because now you kind of gotta figure out how to deal with the position as it stands, and you also want to kind of avoid that you fall into Andrea's prep if she has any still here at this moment. The main moves here for black are pawn to b6 and queen to e7. But the thing here is that after pawn to b6, there's a very, very strange line that goes pawn to e4. And here, black's best move is to retreat the bishop back to e7 to avoid the white pawn moving further forward and attacking both the bishop and the knight. So this becomes kind of weird. This is bishop e7 is the kind of move that you're not going to play unless you know it beforehand. On the other hand, queen to e7 makes a lot of sense because you're trying to reinforce your control of this e5 square, and you want to try and push pawn to e5 next. And if black was able to push the pawn to e5, black would be very slightly better. But the problem is Andrea will then put her knight on that square, preventing the black pawn from moving forward. Black can use their knight to attack the white knight and try to regain control. But then there is a line after knight takes, bishop takes. Bishop takes on d6, queen takes back. Pawn takes on c5, queen takes back. This is one of the most famous traps in the London system, where white out of nowhere has this incredible move, bishop takes h7. A fantastic move, luring the king out into the open. The queen then comes with a check. King steps back. Knight comes forward, attacks the queen. The knight cannot be captured because of the pin along the 5th rank. So the queen has to move. But then the knight works together with the queen to threaten checkmate. And this is actually a winning variation for white. So overall, I think it's pretty good news that Alexandra instead, she chose to go with this pawn to b6 move. And I'm very curious how she's going to respond to Andrea's advance in the center.
And Andrea is slightly confused. She is looking at her sister, asking herself, but where is the surprise? I'm waiting for the surprise. Where is the preparation? Alexandra realizes that she messed up, but she keeps up the tempo. she keeps up with the rhythm and trying to act like everything is under control, like everything is normal. She's trying to play fast to not show her hearts. After all, Alexandra is the poker player in the family.
If Andrea doesn't play pawn to e4 here, the position is supposed to be completely fine for black. So pawn to e4 is considered really the only move to test black at this stage.
Critical moment for Andrea. She needs to find or remember or understand this breakthrough. If she does not, black is going to put the bishop on b7 and the knight on e5 and control this central square. I do have to say I played these positions myself for black few times, and I would always feel uncomfortable because it would be just simply a lack of space and slightly passive structures, which is once again in Andrea's favor.
You think black has a lack of space? Black
I
literally
do.
has more aggressive pawns than white do.
True. But I guess it's the feeling because of this bishop on d3 that is up. I cannot. Oh, yeah, right. This bishop on d3. I think it's just so powerful that it always makes you this, it gives you this uncomfortable impression.
Yeah, no, you can definitely get squeezed a little if white plays the knight to e5. So if Andrea basically needs to make a decision between pushing her pawn up in the center or trying to go with her knight to e5. I think if Andrea castles here, that would actually be a bit of a mistake. Number one rule in the London, when white castles and the rook is no longer pointing down the edge of the board, you should always, maybe not always, but as a general rule, you can then capture white's bishop and give white the doubled pawns, because now white wouldn't get the advantage of opening up for the rook along the edge of the board. And then Alexandra would be able to take control of the e5 square with her queen. And it turns out this b6 move, it's not just about getting the bishop into play. This pawn is also protecting the other pawn, which means that black is now able to focus on the e5 square instead and try and push the pawn up there.
And if that happens, then white would be in a way more uncomfortable situation because the center would take the real place in the game. All right, Andrea is thinking, and she's right. It's the moment for her to think, because there is this opportunity to play e4. Will we see that or not? The question remains unknown. I like that she is thinking, for sure. People are asking, what are the earplugs? What are the earphones? These are the earplugs, because this game is the game that is going to establish the future of the Botez family. So they gotta be focused.
We have a question from chat who asks, is h2 takes g3 always better than f2 takes g3? As a general rule, you always want to capture in towards the center. But there's definitely some cases where you capture with the other pawn instead, but those cases are considered exception to the general rule. One thing I will mention is that if you take with the f pawn, then white gets one group of pawns on the king side and one group of pawns in the center and towards the queen side. Oftentimes, you prefer having your pawns, if possible, acting as one unit next to each other. So just as a general rule, you like capturing in towards the middle of the board.
So-called the pawn island or pawn islands in your life, in your chess life, you do want to have less pawn islands possible, because every extra pawn island is a weakness.
Even if the whole H file is exposed? Yeah, even then. Because it's very difficult for black to get any pieces pointing down here on the edge of the board. So you would feel less safe, like Dina said. If you get these 2 pawn islands, one in red and one in blue, in particular, this pawn on e3 could be a weakness, because now there are no white pawns behind it to help protect, and this could be a problem long term.
And those of you who were asking, as a reminder, we already discussed that previously, because this is a basic of the Russian school of chess. You do want to check that one out if you don't know which is the best capture on g3. But now you know, on the bright side. Sorry, Hammer, I couldn't use this opportunity. Couldn't miss this opportunity. It was a low-hanging fruit.
Yeah. Alexandra was really, she really wanted to surprise Andrea early. So in terms of getting the first opening surprise, I feel like Andrea has been reasonably successful. She played the normal London, and she managed to make a lot of her standard moves without spending a lot of time. Alexandra is, well, she's a cynic, and she has a very strong will to win. And part of the discussion we had yesterday as we prepared for the game was that Alexandra wanted to play something surprising early on, because she wanted to make Andrea think and spend extra time
which
on
is a
her
very
opening
important
moves.
strategy indeed. You don't want to have as much the advantage of the board, because it's hard with black pieces, but you do want to have the psychological advantage, because all you need to win a match is to get into the head of your opponent. And on that note, this is what Alexandra is trying to do right now, because, as you can see, she is pretending that she knows everything. Why are you laughing?
Yeah, no, I don't think Andrea realizes that Alexandra. Well, either Alexandra has prepared on her own and decided to go in a different direction than what I recommended. I would say that would never happen, but it definitely did happen. The other tournament I was doing commentary, she said, no, actually, I decided to overrule your recommendation. And she ended up getting a winning position in less than 15 moves.
Oh, you mean when she... Oh, yeah, I was there. I know what happened. I think it was the last game, right?
It was not the last game, but it was an important one in Reykjavik. And a more competent person, apparently, had given her some advice.
I was there. And yeah, I think chat knows. But that worked out. Yeah. No, I think here I'm pretty sure she's truthful to her primary coach, Hammer. I think she just messed up the preparation simply.
And as far as messing up your preparation goes, she's handled it quite well. She's still in the main alliance. This is one of the most common positions coming out of the London opening, and Andrea now seems to. I mean, the London is quite theoretical these days. Back in the day, the London system used to be like the kind of thing you played when you didn't want to have to memorize anything for the game. But ever since, amongst others, Magnus Carlsen popularized playing this in actual proper games and not just Rapid and Blitz, then the London has amassed a lot of concrete lines and moves that you're supposed to do in certain positions. And this position we have in front of us is certainly one of those moments where pawn to e4 is the recommended move, despite the essence of the London is trying to have this triangle of the pawns protecting each other up the board.
Yep. But now she's thinking, is e4 a possibility or not? And while she's thinking, I would be honored and delighted to remind everybody that this tournament is happening thanks to Coinbase, because Coinbase is the ultimate partner and sponsor of the Sardinia World Chess Festival. You guys already know or not, but during this tournament, we're giving away $20,000 every single round in Bitcoin. You should really participate in the giveaway by using the commands raffle. And of course, you do need to sign up or sign in, filling the form and using the email address that you have already or are going to have in the Coinbase, the affiliate official email address. And at the very least, even though you don't get a chance to win $1,000 or maybe even one of the sisters, if one of the sisters wins, we're gonna have 3 extra for $500. But in any case, you gotta get the chance to use the code BOTEZ20 if you want to claim your first $20 in Bitcoin already after your first transaction. And yeah, thank you, Coinbase. Back to the game. Nothing changed, but we expect E4. We do believe E4 is gonna be happening soon.
Oh, so you think she's going to play E4?
I do. I have a hope in my student. I believe in my student. I see chatters saying that they already have a Coinbase account. Then you just fill in the form. You use the command raffle. You fill in the form. You participate in. You put your email address, and that's how you're gonna participate in the giveaway. And we had 8 winners already so far because sisters kept winning. And you know what? Today.
Could be a draw.
Yeah.
Everyone would be disappointed if it's a draw.
Actually, let me check something. In some cases, a draw could also work. I'm gonna check. A draw. And chat is super strong today. All the supporters came to root for the history, for the historical match. 30,000 people already, only 30 minutes after the game. This is a huge, insane support from the Botez community. Thank you, everybody, for tuning in. We also have YouTube. We are strong on YouTube. Almost 6,000 people watching us live on YouTube. This is truly insane. And as it should be, because it is, as I said, a historical day in the Botez family. We're also waiting for the updates from Papa and Mama Botez. I have been interrogating them on who are they rooting for.
Are they even awake at this time?
Oh yeah, of course. Oh,
It's 6:30 a.m.
Well, when your daughters play, the only 2 daughters you have, play each other in the classical chess, you gotta be awake, okay? Even if it's 5 a.m., you gotta be awake.
I can understand. Papa Botez, I feel like, is the kind of guy who wants to see this happening live. But Mama Botez, like I think she number one has a better appreciation of sleep, and number two, some people get a bit nervous when two people they love have to go up against each other. And while I am positive that Papa Botez has no such qualms, I think Mama Botez maybe might.
Well, see, she's definitely more nervous. I agree with that, but I think none of the parents will be asleep. None of the parents will be sleeping when something like this is happening.
Well, your lack of response then either means that they don't care to respond to you or that they're sleeping. I don't know which one you prefer.
No, it's just that they want to keep the suspense. They're gonna keep coming chat and give their answers. They want us to first. They want us to get to 1,500. Can we do it, chat? Can we get to 1,500,000 viewers today? And then we're gonna summon the parents and tell them who they are rooting for.
Did you just say 1,500,000?
I always had trouble with numbers. Sorry, chat. 15. How do you say it's 15?
1,000?
15,000. Yes. Numbers. I cannot. Yeah.
Russia School of Math? Wow. That viewer is getting reported.
Well, I acknowledge. All right.
To be fair, guys, Dina did get up at 8 a.m. to do commentary for you.
That's not true. 7:30.
Oh, wow.
Of course. And yesterday was 7.
I haven't been awake at 7:30 in a very long time.
But
It's
you
not
know
the
what?
chess player time of day.
This is not an excuse because tomorrow, you know what's happening tomorrow, chat? Tomorrow we are having not one, but 2 games in one day. And you know what that means? The first game is not gonna be a sleep time for anyone. The first round is gonna start at 3 a.m. Pacific. No, 3 a.m. Eastern and midnight Pacific. And then the second game is going to start at 10 a.m. Eastern and 7 a.m. Pacific. So, chat, tonight we're doing a very, very big nap. Because the following night is going to be long.
I'm gonna need more than a nap, Dina. But yeah, I hear what you're saying. 9 a.m. start European time, which means I'll wake up at 8:50, I guess.
What? Come on, Hammer. We can't do that. We have a call at 8:45 with Vila.
I need to sleep. Basically, Hammer's saying he's going to be late. I'm never late.
He's never late.
Very close to the, yeah.
He's right on time. Hammer is always right on time. I can tell you that. Man. I am kind of happy that Andrea thinks here because she knows that E4 is a critical moment. She knows that. I'm telling you. Otherwise, she wouldn't be thinking because what is here to think? And boy, she wants to win. It would be. I think it would be better. Actually, we should have. I think they really must have recorded it. I'm sure they have recorded for the content. I wish we could get that kind of like confession booth just before the round from each of the sisters. All right, I'm playing against Andrea. And when the game starts in 5 minutes, and I have prepared this, and this, and I have prepared for so long, and I'm gonna do this and that, and then Andrea, whoa! Oh no, fake excitement. knight to e5.
Yeah, knight to e5 from Andrea. That was one of the two moves she could choose between. She had to go either knight e5 or pawn to e4 to have any hope of an advantage out of the opening. Knight e5, I think it suits her to play this. The reason this is important is that now if Alexandra tries to increase her control of that e5 square, Alexandra really wants to push her pawn forward, but with the white knight in the center here, and then you can reinforce the knight with a pawn, then it becomes impossible for black to ever push the pawn forward. Because number one, the knight is in the way, and the knight is very well fortified on that e5 square. So I think good decision from Andrea. And one of the key plans that you need to know in this variation is bishop to b7 from Alexandra. She's just going to protect the knight. And then after pawn to f4, which I'm pretty sure Andrea is going to play, to get this reinforcement of the knight. Here, it's very important to go knight to e7. You're trying to maneuver your knight to the f5 square and then to the d6 square. And then from the d6 square, you're going to have control in towards this very important square in the center of the board. But if you don't execute this plan as black, you can easily get into trouble as white tries to push their pawns up on the king side.
I have a memory of studying this line back maybe, I don't know, maybe 7 years ago by watching games of Garachkin and Alexandra, who almost got the world crown. And she would have this maneuver. That's the first time I saw it, knight to e7, knight to f5 and g6. And I felt so uncomfortable. So I do believe that it is easier here to play this position to Andrea and for Andrea here for white, because this is she has a huge experience here, and I'm surprised Alexandra wanted to study Andrea's online games, because this is what she used to play all the time. And at the same time, Alexandra did study, but where is the result of that? Where is the result of that, Hammer?
We'll hear from Alexandra after the game. But
Right.
I don't feel like I'm throwing her under the bus when I say that she may have mixed up two plans in a variation.
Oh, you're absolutely not throwing your student under the bus. Absolutely not. You're just stating the obvious. And
well, it wouldn't be obvious unless you had the information, right? Because so far, Alexandra has gone down one of the most common variations in the London. So it doesn't feel like anything is wrong, but having the secret intel that I do, I know that this wasn't really. This is pretty much exactly what we wanted to avoid, which surely is going to create some nervousness for Alexandra.
right. Oh well.
Are you going to interview both of them after the game? Asks Flamingo. We're going to interview the ones who are willing to show up for the interview.
I like how you say the ones.
Okay.
In plural.
I mean, maybe they both show up. Let's not discount the possibility, but if there is a winner in this game, one sister will be more eager to chat with you guys than the other.
I think this is, unlike any other previous occasions, is a big responsibility. Huge responsibility, and they know that. So whatever happens, I mean, unless one of them rage quits. Actually, now that I think about it, they do get tilted a lot. But I saw a comment from one of the moderators saying that I was leaking the future video So I guess the confession did happen, and you guys should get ready for that one on YouTube.
I'm very much looking forward to it. But yeah, no, I'm also trying to control my emotions. I am a little bit disappointed that Alexandra didn't remember the nuances of her prep. But what are you gonna do? Now we just got ourselves a bowl game. But
Chad,
I'm with you, Dina. I think White's position is more comfortable to play.
Yay! Now we're talking. Chad, are we witnessing for the first time ever Hammer trying to control his negativity and focus on the positive? Meaning maybe Alexandra just disrespected his preparation and decided to create her own preparation in the London, thinking that she can do a better job?
You said you didn't think that was the case here. You specifically said, no, Hammer, I'm sure she didn't do that.
I was just translating what you said, because you said, I'm trying my best to hold my emotions and focus on maybe Alexandra prepared everything. And I say, yes, of course Alexandra prepared everything. That means that she disrespected you and your preparation and decided she can do a better job and doesn't even need you. In which case, you should absolutely even less hold of your emotions.
I choose to have faith.
Okay.
In my student, and I'd like to think she has faith in me.
All right, I was trolling. I was trying to create drama, but
are the commentators allies or not? Asks Jim Cola, and based on Dina's, I was trying to create drama. I think it's fair to say that there is some rivalry happening in the commentators' booth as well. I think it's fair to mention that I have coached Alexandra, helped her with openings for many, many years. So I do have a certain affinity for her in this matchup. And Dina got her ass kicked by Andrea. So I have no idea why she's so protective of Andrea, but apparently they're really close pals.
Excuse me? How are you talking about my
sorry,
friend?
You didn't get your ass kicked. You just ran around the ring trying to avoid getting a single hit.
And checkmated, okay? And my opponent has been stalling for the entire minute when it was inevitable checkmate, which led to the round 4 of the boxing, which led to all the controversy. But had my opponent not been just sitting and looking at the ceiling waiting for the time to run down where it was checkmating too, we wouldn't have seen all that.
And then what would you call what you were doing during the boxing then? If you want to use the word stalling.
I was doing the exact thing that my opponent was doing on the chessboard. I was doing on the ring.
So what kind of complaints can you have then?
My complaints is that Andrea is not someone who kicked my butt. Andrea is my best friend, and that's why I'm rooting for her.
Okay. But were you best friends during the boxing match?
That led to us becoming best friends. But we were already
I genuinely, Dina, I genuinely do think that's very wholesome. The fact that you stayed in LA, stayed at their house after the boxing, and you guys became best friends after having fought each other, I do think that's pretty wholesome.
Yeah, it is a particular situation. We were on a good terms already, kind of, but yeah, definitely became closer after that. And then I spent 1 month in their house right after, and then we continued keeping in touch, and we were discussing moving together and moving all 3 or 4 or 5 to New York. That plan didn't work out, but I came back 6 months later in August and stayed for another month in the house. And then we did a Europe trip together and spent the entire month in Prague and Reykjavik. And in fact, in Reykjavik, or as we say in the local Norwegian Reykjavik, we actually even shared the room for entire 10 days together with Andrea. And that room, I can tell you, was only 20 meters. You translate that to American.
20 meters is a lot, Dina. I don't know what kind of palaces you're used to, but you mean 20 square meters?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, sure. That's still not
For
that
me and
bad.
Andrea, knowing that the only Andrea's luggage and the Hurricane Andrea that comes after her takes takes usually 20 meters.
Sure, yeah.
And we survived. And we would talk every night about everything. And then in Fermentera, she would FaceTime me and she would tell me stories on how she had a trip to Sweden for music.
That's very. I'm touched, Dina. My eyes are watering at the wholesomeness of your entire story.
Oh, feel free to take another break if you cannot hold your emotions.
I mean, I'm gonna manage to complete an hour before I have to take a break. But
well,
yeah,
on that
I was
note,
taking.
Yeah, you were taking.
I was taking a bit more breaks than you yesterday. I did notice that.
Ooh, what's that, Hammer? What is that? Show us. You got a kettle over there? Man, you're a
tea kettle?
professional. He's
What do
got
you
a
mean?
kettle.
It's quite nice.
Yeah. But I actually
I don't like this time usage from Alexandra. I mean, I think Andrea spent a ridiculous amount of time on her move, but then Alexandra responding with the same kind of time usage. What Alexandra has been doing the last couple of months is that she's played very quickly.
Yeah.
I would argue too quickly, but the problem with your time management is that the right amount of time to use for your moves, it's such a tricky balance. And right now, I do feel like Alexandra is on the wrong side of that balance. Bishop to b7, her knight is under attack. Bishop to b7 is just a very sensible move. But then the question becomes, how do you deal with pawn to f4 afterwards?
One chatter is asking if one of them is getting eliminated after the match. That's a fun question. That is a fun question, but no, this is a Swiss system tournament. It's not elimination. If that was the case, I can guarantee Alexandra would not have messed up her opening and have played knight h5, because if that was the case and that was the the power, the strength, no, how you say, the weight on this results, then yeah, we would see Alexandra taking more time. On the previous note that you said, Hammer, that Alexandra's playing a little bit too fast, it's hard for me to relate to that because I always play too slow. So for me, there is no such a thing that playing too fast. I think any fast is good. So I'm rather impressed with Alexandra's time management, but that's more like from my subjective perspective. But with objective thinking, I do acknowledge that you're probably right. And she might take a little bit more of time. That being said, she puts so much pressure on her opponents all the time. And I told you this before. Look at her. She's still thinking. She's just doing it during her opponent's time. So, hey, I actually disagree.
Yeah. Okay. Queen c7 on the board. Alexandra is putting pressure in towards the knight on e5. And she's basically trying to encourage that knight to move away and to then have less central control. Andrea is almost certainly going to play pawn to f4 to reinforce her knight's protection. And this becomes a very, very important moment in the game. I think there are two decent plans Alexandra can choose between. And those are knight to e7, trying to get this knight to the f5 square, and then potentially towards the e4 square after some maneuvering. Or there's a very intriguing opportunity here to go pawn to c4, putting pressure on white's bishop. And when that bishop retreats, you just rush all your queenside pawns up the board, which becomes very exciting because then Andrea is going to rush her kingside pawns up on the opposite flank, and we're just going to have a slaughterhouse of an attacking game, both sisters attacking, but on separate flanks. So it becomes a question of who gets through with their attack first.
And I have amazing news for you guys. While Alexandra is thinking why Andrea is thinking, F4 happened on the board. There we go. Just as Hammer predicted, Andrea is preparing all the attack on the king side. And while we are almost reaching 15,000 viewers, we got a gift from the sky. Papa Botez has arisen from his bed and greeted all of us in the chat. Papa Botez, I sent you a personalized message on WhatsApp, basically asking, spill the beans, who are you rooting for in this match?
Papa Botez only roots for winners.
I do not necessarily like that c4 idea you were showing, Hammer, to collaborate on what you said earlier, because for me, c4 is also always releasing the pressure from d4. And yes, while black would have one concrete plan of pushing all the pawns, we've seen that in several games of Alex and Andrea in the previous tournaments. I don't know if you guys remember, I mentioned how important it is to keep the pawn structure flexible. Even if the position would be equal according to the engine after that happening, I do believe that it would be so much easier on practical level to play for black. Plus, for someone like Andrea, whose only goal when she plays chess is to go for the opponent's king.
Well, I definitely understand that argument, Dina, and I agree with you that c4 releasing the pressure in the center is a very controversial decision. But that being said, I think if Alexandra just plays normal moves, like bishop to b7, I think even here, she's gonna be there's a danger to her position that just centralizing the pieces will allow Andrea to be very aggressive with her pawns and try to create an attack on the king side. So that's why I like the c4 move, because it has a clear plan moving forward, that afterwards you push your b pawn and so on and so forth. Instead, after f4, Alexandra has captured on d4, and this is just a mistake. The pawn on c5 is more aggressive than the pawn on e3. Also, the pawn on e3 is kind of the weak link in white's pawn structure. So here, this pawn is helping protect other pawns, yes, but it itself can be attacked and be a potential weakness. In addition, one of Alexandra's main plans is trying to get a piece to this e4 square. But by making the trade in the center, then white has an easier time taking control of that very important e4 square, because now the queen can point towards that square without having a pawn in the way, blocking the queen's path. So c takes d4 is just just a mistake, unfortunately.
But does that mean that Andrea should capture the only way, which I believe she just did? She
Well,
did it.
I
He
remember
takes
teaching
d4.
Andrea that you always recapture with the e-pawn in the London. And I can confidently say that a lot of the things I have told Andrea about chess over the years have not stuck. But this one seems to have had an impact. And she recaptures with the correct pawn pretty much instantly.
Hey, everything is stuck. She just doesn't want to show you because she wants to pretend that she disagrees. But inside, everything stuck. Andrea is like she's like photo camera. She just looks at the position once, does the and it stays in her memory. And the right time, she uses that.
I'm amazed the computer thinks this is an equal position, Dina.
Well, that's what I told you. That's why it's a main line, and that's why people play it. Because Ancient will always say it's equal. Ancient will always say black is totally fine. Just like 8 years ago when I was watching games of Garachkina herself, and she would play this for black and make draws, and I would be like, bro, I don't like that. This doesn't feel good. It feels so much more passive for black. And I am, as Andrea's supporter in this match, I am very, very pleased with the opening outcome.
I think Alexandra basically only has 2 acceptable moves in this position. She has to go either for knight to e7, trying to maneuver the knight towards the e4 square, like I've mentioned now repeatedly. Or she has to play rook to b8. Rook to b8 is a bit of a nuanced move, but essentially this is trying to prepare one of the most iconic plans in chess middle games, which is the minority attack. When you have 2 pawns against 3 on the queen side, even though you have fewer pawns, you push those pawns up to try and trade with your opponents because you feel that you can actually benefit from having fewer pawns, because fewer pawns means more open files for your rook and for your queen to point down towards your opponent's position.
The minority attack is something that Andrea is also aware of from our lessons back last year on pawn structures. She learned that Carl's bad. She knows that Carl is bad, if you remember what I'm talking about. And that's it. That's official. 15,000 people are watching us on Twitch, but I should not forget that we are also being watched on YouTube by almost 7,000. And Hammer, you might not know it, but we are also streaming live to Twitter. Hello, Twitter. We have almost 13,000 people watching us from there. So it is a big match. It's a big fight today in the history of the family. We have Papa Botez in chat confirming that he has been awake from 5 a.m. in the morning. He has been calling all the entire Romania to awake everybody from the grave. Even great parents are watching right now their great granddaughters fight in Sardinia.
And we got to move pawn to g6 from Alexandra. And this is, I actually like this move, Dina. I'm actually a big fan of this move.
You do? How
Yes.
about what about your dark squares, my friend?
Well, what are you going to use to attack those dark squares? Are you going to spend
this guy? I'm gonna play queen f3, bishop f4, bishop g5, queen h3, queen pawn to h6, and checkmate.
No, you got it all wrong, Dina. And in fact, g6 combines perfectly with pawn takes on d4. So maybe I was a bit rash in calling pawn to takes d4 a clear mistake. Because even though I am unhappy about black trading off a nice aggressive pawn versus white's defensive pawn. What I will say is that with the removal of white's pawn from this e3 square, now there's no white pawn giving protection to its buddy on f4. And with her latest move, pawn to g6, Alexandra is preparing knight to h5, which, by the way, is the plan that she was planning to play in the opening and then kind of forgot. But now she's moving back to that plan. And I think that's a very, very clever one, because how is Andrea now going to manage to both keep her bishop and keep the pawn that's about to be attacked? You can use Dina's move, queen to f3. I kind of like your idea here, Dina. Queen to f3 is a solid move, also because it takes control of the e4 square. But then Alexandra would get to execute her plan. She would get to move the knight, attack the bishop, and after the bishop moves, we start to realize why moving this knight was such a priority for Alexandra, because then we have pawn to f6. And white, by moving the knight, we've given the pawn permission to take over the f6 square. And by moving the pawn to f6, we force the white knight to trade for the black knight. And black then has very good control in the center, and white has had to exchange off their most valuable piece.
All right, Coach Hammer, everything is beautiful and all, but let me get it straight. There is no way I'm letting you get my knight kicked. So give me a moment, if you will. Another moment.
Yeah, I'll just talk a little bit more while you figure this out.
Bishop h4. You gotta go knight h5.
Yes.
G3, f6,
Yes.
and boom, and boom.
You're welcome.
Okay, maybe it's not that cool. Where's the main
You I thought you said you weren't gonna get rid of your knight.
Wait.
And you ended up sacrificing it for just 2 pawns.
We're gonna find it. We're gonna find the way. Gotta find the way. Come on.
I really like this move from Alexandra. That is some high level stuff. And it's very ironic that a pawn move in front of your own king, somehow that has to do with kicking the knight away. But it's all related. She needed to go pawn to g6, both to stunt the bishop, pointing towards her king, but also to enable her knight to move to a good square. Normally, going to the edge of the board is not a good square, but here the knight puts immediate pressure in towards white's pieces. And then moving the knight was the idea to then have the pawn kick white's knight away. And it's all connected. So pawn to g6, the idea is to kick the knight away, but that is not apparent at first instance. That is a deep move from Alexandra, and I very much approve.
All right, I'm not giving up. Queen f3, knight h5. How about short castle? Yes, I know Andrea Botez would never do that. But on f6, I'm gonna go knight to g4. My idea is the f4 pawn is protected, and if you do this, then
e5 is hanging.
e5 is hanging. d5 is hanging. d5 is hanging. Got it. See? I calculated all that. Andrea would never do that, but hey, we can still attack even if our king is on the same side.
Yeah, but I would make the argument that I'm just happy as long as I manage to kick your knight out of the center, I'm reasonably happy. And then I would probably follow with this knight maneuver.
I see. Well, I want to go to h6, and your knight, it's for the sake of your knight being completely diluted.
I don't know how to respond to that, Dina. My
Okay,
knight is
don't.
doing just fine. I can trade for the bishop at any point.
All right. Chat, we gotta be strong here. We gotta be strong. Unfortunately, I am on an engine diet right now. I'm staying away from stockfish because it takes too much of the calories of my brain. So I'm trying to find out everything on my own. And still searching.
I don't know. For some reason, we don't have access to the engine here on the classroom board.
No, she would never do. Come on, Andrea. I'm trying to help you, girl. I got you. Got your back. I'm your friend here. Bear
Can
with
I
me.
go to the bathroom while you figure this out, Dina?
Is that
Okay,
so
I'm
much
asking,
pressure
but
on
I'm
you?
not really asking because.
Wait, that's so much pressure on you. Of course, of course. Please be my guest. You are allowed to release your belt. Go
Thank you.
ahead. All right, chat. It's time. It's time now or never. We gotta unleash. I'm gonna unleash the inner stockfish. I'm gonna say knight to f3, knight to h5, knight to g5, f6, and knight to h7. Oh my god, I found it! And king h7 and bishop. Oh no, queen h5, queen h5, and king g. And knight g6. This is. Oh, I see the engine. I see the engine. The engine arose. Look at this. Wait, I just did this. And then this. And f6 and knight h7. And the only move here is. Oh my god, she's not gonna find it. The only move here is knight to e5. I think I found it. Queen h7. There is bishop to g6. Queen h6. There is. Queen h5? No, bishop to h5. But then we're piece down. So the best, according to the engine, is to take with the queen. And after queen takes, bishop takes, f takes. After what is this? Andrea is a piece down. There is no attack and position is equal. Nah, that will never happen. Never happen. Let me see another. I do love this. I do love this. But here we gotta find what are the alternatives. Knight to c6 is not an. Oh, Andrea made a move. What did she do? What did she do? Bishop f2 on the board. Really? Bishop f2 on the board. And after knight h5, are we gonna see bishop e3? And after f6, we're gonna. No, it's still takes. Okay, bishop f2 makes perfect sense because Andrea wants to prepare her push off the pawn g. She wants to unleash the g pawn and possibly take control of the h5 square. So basically, the only move here for Alexandra should be knight h5. Alexandra is playing very fast. So the question is if we are gonna see this move or not, if Alexandra is gonna have the right feeling, because as you know, she kind of moves a little bit impulsively. Although I already made a point on that she is thinking on during the time of her opponent. So knight h5. Are we gonna see g3? G3 would be a little bit passive, although I kind of. Ooh, I like that. I like that. And we take and we go knight f3. No, you know what? Black's position is still passive. Yes, Andrea doesn't have the direct attack, but that's fine. You know, even she can't even. I mean, we still don't know where to castle. Here, I think the beauty for white is that we have the opportunity to castle both sides, and we still hold on our horses. We hold our horses. Hold on your horses. We hold on our horses. Right? We hold on. We hold. English check. Hold down. We hold down the horses. Beautiful. Beautiful. 16,000 people are watching us in the meantime live on Twitch. There we go. strong support, and Hammer is back. Hammer, I have news for you. Andrea played bishop f2, which does make perfect sense because she's preparing the push of the g pawn, and in case of knight to h5, we still have the option of playing simply g3. I don't think Andrea would play bishop e3, although somewhere in the future it would make sense because we want to put the bishop on h6. But g3 would be, actually, the bishop makes more sense because we have a g4 option as well. And after f6, why will have options? I think Andrea, I don't know, actually. She might play it. Andrea loves to move 20 times the same piece when her king is still not castled. Not saying that it is bad in this position, but she might actually play bishop e3.
Well, actually, Alexandra didn't go knight to h5. I'm a bit disappointed by that. I was so full of praise with this g6 move, and I thought it quite obviously prepared knight to h5, but now she's had a change of heart, and she goes pawn to a5 instead. Pawn to a5 is a okay move. She's planning to try and trade off the light squared bishops. And my only concern is that maybe the pawn on b6 will be lagging behind a little bit.
Oh, yeah.
Something like pawn to a4.
This would be a grandmaster level strategy. And bishop b5, sorry, Hammer, I jumped ahead. My ADHD couldn't keep up with the opportunity, but I know this is what you wanted.
Yeah, it was in fact not, but
what? Okay.
I just wanted to make the trade. Doesn't really matter, because Andrea is a seasoned London player, and she knows that when Blacks tries to trade the bishops, you should often try to prevent that. But the irony here, Dina, is that by playing queen to e2, Andrea is kind of forcing Alexandra back to the main plan of knight to h5.
Man, Andrea shows such a maturity when playing her only opening. Oh, wait a second. That is her only opening. How many hours did Alexandra spend on studying it? Oh, right. She knew her entire life what her sister was playing and still didn't make it right on move 5. Never mind.
I think it was move 6, Dina, but...
Oh, that changes everything, Hammer.
I'm just saying, I'm telling on you.
Okay.
If you're gonna put this on me, then I'm gonna tell Alexandra everything about what you're saying and how you're insinuating.
Hammer, I'm here just a passer. I'm just passing by. You are here, the guru of chess, so don't hesitate. You can throw me under the bus at any moment. I will not get offended. Whatever it makes to help save your reputation as a coach.
Just as long as we got our priorities straight, Dina. So I'm kind of hoping for knight to h5 now. Again, I think this is a great plan. Get the knight out of the way so that you can use your pawn to kick white's knight away from its very nice central positioning. If Alexandra doesn't go knight to h5, I think she's going to be in massive trouble here.
Massive trouble for Alexandra unless she plays knight to h5. I love the sound of that.
Well, maybe she plays knight to h5, Dina. Maybe she gets it wrong on. Maybe she gets it right on the third try. You know what they say: third time's the charm.
Right. Third time is when you fail for the third time.
She did go knight h5.
Ooh, she remembered. Okay. All right. Kudos to Alexandra and all the older sibling fans. She did play the right move. Finally, coach approves. Knight to h5 is on the board.
And,
honestly, yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, I'm just gonna get to the current position. What do you think, Dina? G3 or bishop to E2, E3?
First, I was always looking at G3 because Andrea knows what it is to build the barrier against the bishop and against the knight on H5, but trying to get into Andrea's mind, and you know already by now that I do pretty decent job on that. Her general idea was to push the G pawn, so she loves sticking with her ideas, and I think bishop E3 is gonna happen. Plus, she has this thing that she loves moving the same piece 20 different times in the same position. We saw it in the round 1 with the knight H3, knight F4, knight D3, knight B5, knight A6, knight back to knight C7. I think that's what happened. And in the second game, how many times did we see, sorry, Hammer, I gotta draw this, bishop G6. Come on, bishop G6, bishop F2, bishop G, what? Bishop
Dina, you're not Hikaru.
I am, remember? And then she got checkmated the king on D8. That's what happened. So I think knowing Andrea, she is gonna play bishop E3. That's the moral of the story. But in this particular position, it's okay. Normally it's bad. Here it's fine. It's only 1, 2, 3, 4. It's only 4 moves with the exact same piece in the opening when your king is still in the center.
I mean, yesterday's Dina would be quite unhappy about that. Are you more forgiving of Andrea when she's playing Alexandra?
No, it's just that here in particular, it kind of makes sense because Alexandra's dark squares are weak, right? It's like they shouldn't be. They should be red because it's a bad weakness. And here, Andrea would wish to put her bishop on G6 and then the queen on F6 and then checkmate on G7, the king. So in that sense, bishop on E3 makes perfect meaning. But also, I do want to highlight the whole idea behind Andrea's moving of the bishop was to push the G pawn, and then the G pawn would attack the knight on H5. Whereas if she just does this solid G3, she kind of, for now, this is very flexible. This is a grandmaster move. Let me get it straight. G3 is making your opponent fall asleep. It's like melatonin that Andrea takes before the bed and Valerian. Because you kind of say, hey, it's okay, buddy. We're friends. I'm not going to attack. And, 2 moves later, boom, G4 straight into your face like this. So I just think that Andrea is not the two-factor two-step thinker. I think here she's going to be a one-step thinker. Okay, I'm done.
Okay. I do want to mention something which I think is just super interesting. Computer actually believes that bishop to E3 is a mistake here, whereas the computer thought bishop to E3 was the best move in this position. So what is the difference between including pawn to A5 and queen to E2, and why is that to black's favor? Let's go into the current situation. Pawn to A5, trying to go bishop to A6, queen E2, protecting against bishop to A6, and now after knight to H5, bishop to E3 can be met by pawn to F6, attacking the knight. And if the knight trades for the black knight, the brilliant thing about this is that Alexandra would not have to recapture the knight immediately, because the knight is actually trapped where it stands because the pawn on A5 is controlling the B4 square, which is one of the retreat opportunities White's knight had. And here, computer recommends knight takes F4, attacking the queen, still attacking the knight. After the trade, we recapture, and this knight, we're essentially saying that there's no rush to capture this knight because we can capture it later on.
That would be insane. And Alexandra is a good calculator, so she would easily spot that. Andrea, on the other hand, is also a good calculator, but she could easily blunder because it's an intermediate move, and it's a source for your opponent. So you're always lucky to blunder these sources, extra resources of your opponents rather than your own.
Sure. Yeah, let's go with that.
I sensed some disagreement.
Yeah. This is very high level stuff.
All right, so basically Hammer said they're both doomed and they would not see any of this. Okay, got it.
I just mention it as a curiosity. It's a cool theme, but I think it's unlikely to happen.
Got it.
And well, I do think, that being said, bishop to e3, I do think it's unlikely, Dina, for the reasons you kind of explained, where the pawn afterwards can go 2 steps forward and attack the knight.
Right. Okay. Well, assuming it is bishop to e3, now f6, Andrea's first candidate, I guarantee, is gonna be this. Unfortunately, it absolutely does not work, and fortunately for us, she's gonna see that. So
that means if she wants to sacrifice, she needs to use the pawn to protect.
Exactly. So she might actually consider like this. And I was trying to analyze this while you were gone, but I couldn't find a follow-up. Problem is that they always have the e5.
Yeah, I could also probably go bishop a6. Yeah, but the way I know Andrea, I completely agree with you that she's very likely to make a rash sacrifice in these kind of positions. Yeah. Which is why I'm kind of changing my mind now. I gave Alexandra a really hard time making the trade between the pawns in the center, but her follow-up plan of targeting the f4 pawn has been so brilliant that I'm gonna officially apologize and say that Alexandra's decision to make the trade in the center was in fact not a mistake, and the way she has followed up thereafter means that I now think she has the better position. Especially considering the style of play that they have. I think this position now actually suits Alexandra better than it suits Andrea, because Andrea is a very attacking-minded player, and Alexandra has set up her pieces in such a way that the white attack is about to be dispelled. And Andrea doesn't have the greatest track record with accepting reality in attacking positions.
Wow. That was such a high, deep level chess psychology analysis over there. Coach Hammer, do you think Alexandra has the exact same way of thinking? Do you think Alexandra has, throughout all these years, Alexandra has been able to spot the weakness in her sister's thought process?
I don't think she has intentionally gotten into this situation, but the very good pawn to g6 move has created this situation where black is dispelling the knight from e5, which in turn is going to be very nice for her.
So she hasn't. Understood. She just got lucky. This is what you're saying. Well,
I mean, I would argue that pawn to g6 is such a good move that it's not necessarily luck.
Yeah, sometimes just it makes the dots connect, right? You do the right thing and then it works out. This is why you need to follow basic principles. G6 was basically killing the strongest piece, building the barrier against the bishop on d3, plus all the mating ideas with the queen and the knight. So one move with a pawn, even though it looked like weakness, but hey, we still got the bishop, and it still can go back and defend the squares. We protected all the weaknesses here. All the plan we protected with one move against with one single pawn. We stopped all the plans of white. So yeah, I agree. Well played by Miss Botez. And in the meantime, we got 17,000 people watching us live on Twitch, all together with 7,000 on YouTube and 13,000 on Twitter. Ladies and
Is that
gentlemen,
important to always mention your viewer numbers? Does that help get more viewers?
It's 17,000 on Twitter, just to make it clear. And the answer to your question is, Hammer, yes, it is important because it's the historical day. Today, the history is being played, and it's a pride. I take pride into mentioning the numbers because today is the day. Today is the day for the world to watch chess, because the two queens of chess are facing each other for the first time in the history. And I want to highlight it because no one knows, but this is the first ever official competition game in a tournament, over the board tournament for the sisters. And Hammer, I think it's time for us to mention the sponsor of our event. It's Coinbase. You guys know that Coinbase is your best way to stock and trade crypto. And for this particular tournament, have you heard it or not, we have $20,000 in a giveaway, which is insane. To participate by using the command raffle and Coinbase, complete the Google Doc form, use the email address you already have or you're about to sign up, the affiliate email address that you're signing up in Coinbase, and you might win $1,000. And if one of the sisters wins against another sister, we would have 3 additional winners who would also have 500. Oh my god, numbers, this is so hard. $500 each to 3 extra people, so 2,500 in total. Today we might have if we get a result. So far sisters have been winning, but today is tricky because they are facing each other, but you guys know what to do. And you know, it only takes once. If you already participated, it only takes once for you for the entire tournament. So huge support from Coinbase for this event. And you know, I think it's a sign. It's a sign from whoever is up there that sisters got paired together today, because there have been a lot of talking back and forth. Andrea is claiming that she has been bullied her entire life. Alexandra wants to show dominance and to put the younger rebellious sibling back to where they belong. What do you think, Hammer? You come from a family of siblings. Is it important to show dominance or claim that you are the only and most important child in the family?
Can I plead the fifth on this? Are you an only child, Dina?
In a way, I have I kind of, yes. I grew up with my mom. We were always 2 of us, but I do have a sister, but she's my half sister from my dad's side, so we didn't grow up together. So I could say that yes. And I always dreamed about having a sibling because I always dreamed about sharing. I love sharing.
Yeah, I don't think, yeah. Sharing is not really part of the sibling mentality.
Yeah, I noticed that. It's crazy, isn't it? Like every person who has been having a sibling doesn't like sharing, but it's weird. It's weird because you kind of should be like more egoistic when you're the only child because you're being pampered. I don't know. I don't know. One of the reasons why I love spending time with Andrea is that I can take any of her stuff and she would never mind. Which is kind of controversial of what I just said, but she always tells me to take her stuff. On another note, Papa Botes is still in the chat. And
yeah, Papa Botes is wondering if we have the Fifth Amendment in Norway.
What is the Fifth
or rather,
Amendment?
the sentiment of the Fifth Amendment, I guess he means. I'm sure we have laws that you don't have to self-incriminate, but we don't have amendments, so we would never kind of reference a certain law the way you do in the US.
Papa Botes, what's your username on YouTube? I want to see how you entertain. And who is your preferred child? You haven't replied to me, and neither did your wife, by the way. Yep. Andre B. Oh, that's you. That's you, Andre B. I was, yeah. Okay. Wait, what did Andrea do? Andrea made a move. She played G3? She played G3! Oh, look at her! Two-factor thinking activated.
Played that like 6 minutes ago, Dina.
Well, excuse me, I was on my beautiful talk about the siblings and could not mention the giveaway, $20,000 for today.
Oh yeah, that's
big
true.
money.
No, yeah, that's I accept your excuse.
Great. You'd better do. So G3 is played, and that's amazing. I am telling you, that means that Andrea is thinking smart.
Oh my god.
Ooh, something back. Knight to D8.
Knight to B8.
Knight to B8. Oh boy. Oh boy. Okay. No comment.
I mean, it does make a certain sense.
No,
She's
it doesn't.
preparing to go bishop to A6 and trading off these. And at the same time, she wants to go F6 to attack the knight without allowing the trade to happen.
Yeah, but she forgets that the knight doesn't want to trade. The knight wants to retreat in order to go attack the king on H6 and deliver a checkmate.
Yeah. And Alexandra seems to have like she has a thing for slightly ugly moves.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Don't even let me get started. I've seen that enough. Putting your pieces back, not developing your pieces. I gotta take her to the Russian School of Chess. I'm sorry.
Why haven't you already?
Well, because she wouldn't listen. You know how it goes with all those experts. They think that rules for 1000 rated are not for them. They think that they know already that you need to develop your pieces and castle and take the control of the center. And the problem is that even though they know it, it's not hammered into their brain like it was for me by my Russian coaches.
Nice use of the word hammer.
You're welcome.
I approve.
That's the thing. Those rules, those basic rules, you gotta put her ego back into the shelf and get back to the basics. Or else you're always gonna put your pieces. You know what I'm gonna do, chat. You know what I'm gonna do, right? I'm gonna do short castle, queen d8. I'm gonna do bishop e3, rook fa. I'm gonna do this. And then I'm gonna do this, and I'm gonna do this, and then I'll just find the way, you know, wait, let me just find it. Let me just find the way. How can the knight... Okay, maybe this. Maybe this. Maybe this. Maybe this. This, and this. Ooh, perfect harmony for Alexandra Botes is achieved. Congratulations. All the pieces are on the 8th rank. Okay. Sorry, Alex, if you're watching this, don't fire me.
I want to take this opportunity to shout out, please don't fire Hammer for the 5 gifted subs earlier. And we may need a Please Don't Fire Dina account as well.
Oh god, this is so smart. Please don't fire Hammer. Thank you so much for the gifted subs. Once again, there are positions where putting your knight back is good with the idea when you're gonna put it for forward, but here the idea is you don't want to trade and you think that you kick the knight away, but knight would never want to trade. Knight wants, like, Andrea anyway wants to sacrifice. So basically what Alexandra is doing here, like let's say bishop e3 and then f6, Andrea wants to sacrifice anyway. So removing the pieces away from the king, from the center, is basically removing the guards from your king, so it only helps your opponent.
Wow. Dina.
What?
Andrea just played a mature positional move. Am I hallucinating or what is going on?
A4? Short castle?
A4.
A4. I mean, listen, Hammer. I told you, that girl got a talent. It only took me 3 or 4 lessons to explain to her that pushing the pawns on the side is an important strategical maneuver called the crab, and she got it. Only 4 lessons and she learned it.
Well, I think this is more about preventing black from ever pushing the pawn forward to b5.
Yeah, and stopping the Carlsbad. She knows that Carl is bad. She knows that. We studied it. Remember, chat?
Oh, Carl is bad for the person playing against the Carlsbad. I thought you were a Carlsbad. Oh, I misunderstood what you said the last time round.
It was the Carlsbad. The Carl is bad. The Carl is bad
for
isn't
which pawn structure?
Hammer, it's a private joke between me and Chad. The first time I educated Andrea on the minority attack and the Carlsbad structures, all she could hear was the Carl is bad. And her reaction was, who the hell is Carl and why is he bad?
Okay. But did she actually learn something from that lesson, or was that her main takeaway?
Well, she visibly she learned because she just played a4 and stopped b5 and b4. So my answer is yes.
Fair enough.
Man, such a strong move from Andrea. I'm so proud. Okay, let's see what's happening after f6. I mean, knight
Well,
g4.
f6 is not happening. She's going bishop a6. Like, if she goes knight b8 and then goes f6, I'm gonna tilt, because like you can't change your plans every other move. If you go knight to b8, it's because you want to control the a6 square, because you want to trade off these two bishops. So Alexandra now has to complete what she started. Have you said A, you got to say B. And in this case, she said B, and then she's got to say C.
I'm very sorry, Hammer. I don't think you want to hear that, but chat has spoiled the surprise. You gotta look up on chat.
Yeah, okay.
Got it. Got them.
I just don't understand. Like, Andrea is not the trading kind of person. So if Andrea now retreats the knight, it's gonna be the same. I mean, after knight retreats, it's like now knight back to c6 is probably the best move. And then you literally lost 2 moves compared to... Because the problem now is that when the knight moves, you can no longer go bishop to a6, because now since you left the control of the e6 pawn, white can try to capture that one with the queen. So knight b8 makes no sense when you follow it up with f6, because once you play f6, you can no longer go for the trade. But had Alexandra instead played bishop a6 here, she could have done the trade and then gone f6. Because now the knight is blocking, so the queen cannot capture the pawn. So she could have gotten both if she wanted, if she moved in the right order. But instead, she's... Yeah, okay.
See, Hammer. I mean,
It's fine. Computer thinks it's fine. It's not great, but it's fine.
it's not, but yeah.
Wow, someone in chat says Alexandra doesn't seem to be in her best form. That is bold. A bold comment, given that Alexandra has won easily the first 2 games of the tournament. We haven't really spoken about this so far, Dina, but both girls are on 2 points out of 2. And right now, they're facing each other on the first board of the tournament. This is not only a big game for the Botez sisters, this is also the top game of Group B in the Sardinia Chess Festival. Alexandra is the highest rated player with 2 points out of 2.
She has a huge pressure on her shoulders to maintain her leadership, and that is understandable, but she is not coping with that so well right now because her moves are unfortunately very, I don't want to use the word bad, but strategical mistakes, neglecting the basics, putting the developed knight back.
I just want to mention to you, Dina, that Andrea is going to sacrifice her knight on this move, and then Alexandra will have a winning position.
No, it's not a winning position. It's an equal position. Okay.
No, it's a winning position. I have an extra knight.
Okay. Listen. No, she won't, because Andrea just played a4. She showed that she can play on both sides of the board. She has a very mature understanding of the game. She's not gonna rush into unnecessary complications.
Do you even believe in what you're saying right now, Dina?
Well, she did play a4, so it's a sign. It's a sign from, if the old Andrea would only look on the king, but the new Andrea, the unleashed Andrea from the Dune, just like her new remix on YouTube, knows that you gotta play at all the sides. Your queen should watch everyone. Look at this hammer.
This is pretty good.
Yeah.
I'm amazed we haven't done this before.
Yeah, look at this. This is so beautiful. Andrea's looking at all the sides of the board. I'm wondering what hammer's gonna get tilt more from Alexandra's moves or Dina's arrows. Man,
no, this I kind of like. I think it's unrealistic to think that Andrea is looking to the side other than forward, but other than that, I think this is introducing a new artistic potential within chess.com.
Welcome, Hammer. But ladies and gentlemen, Andrea Botez has made the move a4, which indicates that she doesn't look just on the king of the opponent, but also at all the sides. She has the maturity to understand the importance of controlling the whole board, not just looking and being focused on one target. So she is not gonna sacrifice yet. She's gonna remove her knight to somewhere like g4 and control the whole board and keep up with the pressure and let Alexandra cook. And you know how Alexandra cooks, right? She's gonna play queen d8, then she's gonna play rook e8, then she's gonna play king g8, and then she's gonna play knight g7, and then she's gonna play bishop to f8, and this is gonna be a checkmate. No, Botez gambit to... Okay, I stop. Sorry. You were saying?
I was not saying anything.
I know you were not. I was offering you to say something.
I do think bishop takes on g6 is interesting.
Oh, really?
Well, okay. No, not really. But I think it's something that Andrea would consider. Because then she gets 2 pawns and she gets the rook.
Yeah.
But on the other hand, she would then have no control of the light squares on the board. as a result
Yeah.
of losing her light squared bishop.
And she doesn't have any enough pieces to kind of continue the attack. And if she wants to use her pawns, then the problem is that f4 is always a target, so she cannot really, because then the knight would come. Honestly, I think I know what I'm gonna teach Andrea next. I'm gonna tell her, don't get easily tempted and provoked by sacrifices, because anytime you sacrifice, you put yourself at a big risk because you kind of have to prove something. Whereas if you always keep the idea of sacrificing in the air, but you only execute it when you know 100% it works tactically, you save yourself so much time and energy. And in chess, most times the threat is stronger than the execution. So you gotta wanna make your opponents be afraid and see ghosts and put all the pieces back, like knight to b8. So yeah, that would be my next lesson, and I'm sure she will learn it. But she doesn't need me. She already knows that. She's just checking knight g6, making sure it doesn't work, but she's not gonna play it.
Do you think she's less likely to sacrifice because she's playing against Alexandra and she feels like maybe a draw is good enough, so she's not in her usual incredibly optimistic state?
I think that after all the failed attempts that we have seen in Formentera, Reykjavik, and Prague, Andrea must have learned from her mistakes, knowing that you gotta be slightly more flexible. It's totally fine to be willing to win, but you don't have to burn all the bridges right away. You can keep up with those ideas. And by the way, ladies and gentlemen, now that we have 18,000 people watching us live on Twitch, I do want to remind you that tomorrow is a very long day at the office. In fact, tonight, after this game, we're all gonna celebrate and we're all gonna go have a very good nap. All those of you who are on the American coast, because the games start very early, in fact, very late. At midnight Pacific tonight, we're gonna have the round 4, and at 7 a.m., we're gonna have the round 5, which is a double round day for Europeans, is going to be fine. Although for people like Hammer, who are professional chess players, waking up at 8 a.m. for the duty of 9 a.m. means waking up at 8:50 and obviously being on time. But that's an important reminder for you. Tomorrow is tonight.
Tomorrow is tonight. That is a surprisingly accurate way of putting it.
Yeah. My transitions are always so smooth. Okay, Hammer. What do
Is
we have here?
Howl Hub the real Howl?
Is Howl what?
I may have missed a comment.
Howl what?
Howl Hub.
Oh yeah. That should be him. That should be, yes, it's a real. It's a real Howl Hub. How come Howl doesn't have a sub? Stockfish. We need to fix this issue. It's a real David.
I
What
can't
do you
see the
say, dear?
comment that I missed though.
It's all right. He's gonna
Chat
come
is
back.
moving too quickly.
Unfortunately, Howell is not a VIP in this channel because he has not proven himself.
Did Hammer get his dinner invite? I have not yet. But I did meet David's girlfriend for the first time on Thursday. And David was very surprised. It was the first time we met. He looked at us in shock and then realized that he was probably responsible for this. The fact that we had never met.
I shall not comment on that. However, those people do live away 10 minutes away from each other. And
10 minutes by scooter. It's more if you're walking.
all right, so it's like 2 minutes by car. Got it.
I don't think I mean, I don't know what kind of traffic you're used to, Dina, but a scooter is faster than a car in downtown Oslo. I'm pretty sure.
Oh, you guys live in downtown. You guys live in the historical city, man.
I mean, yeah. I mean, now that you live in the U.S., everything in Norway is historic in comparison. I guess that's true.
I just want to highlight the point that Mr. Howell is only 10 minutes away, and he woke up. I mean, he joined us because this is a historical moment. And yeah, I wish he could just come to his buddy Hammer and just take a chair and sit nearby and comment on everything which is happening right now. But his presence in chat is also very
Tell me more, Dina, about how Andrea is not going to sacrifice. But to be fair, she was probably going to sacrifice against, even if the knight wasn't c6. So I do feel like Alexandra kind of wasted a move here by moving the knight back, but it's all fine. It's all good. We got ourselves a bowl game. We got the optimist versus the realist. And then let's see who wins.
No, why? Andrea, you had a perfect position. Like, she doesn't even have anything concrete in there. Although Alexandra doesn't respond immediately, which means that she's not confident, which is great for Andrea. Alexandra takes a moment to think. Whereas, Alexandra, had she been perfectly confident, she would have taken immediately. But she's like,
no, she swore to kind of spend not rush her moves this tournament. And I think that's you don't think that's good enough?
Okay. Well, honestly, with this genie knight on b8, the sacrifice is actually totally fine. It's a positional sacrifice. Now, what's important for Andrea is not to rush again, because she actually has a solid compensation. It's I would say it's a long-term compensation, but you were free to correct me on that.
Yeah, no, I mean, I think Andrea, sorry. I think she needs to attack very quickly. I think having given away a knight for only 2 pawns, if you don't try to go for the immediate attack, you're just dead lost. So the next couple of moves is going to give us a lot of information. Andrea is quite low on time. We're only on move 16, and she only has 32 minutes left. So she has she needs to make another 24 moves, and she has to play in an average of 2 minutes per move. If you include the 30 seconds she gets per move that's being made. So she's already kind of a bit slightly in time trouble. And she now has the burden of proof on her shoulders. Because she's the one who made the sacrifice, so she's the one who has to justify the decision that has been made.
I agree with all that. I agree. But at the same time, Grandmaster Howell backs me up, saying that Alexandra is still thinking. She still hasn't captured back. And you know what? I'm not a fan of knight g6. But maybe it's not the worst case scenario that could have happened here.
Okay, I will choose to be happy.
You will choose to be happy. Well, listen, actually, I'm just trying to be positive. here because I do not like knight g6. At the same time, thanks to knight b8, I said it many times, this is the best possible scenario where Andrea would go crazy, which she did. Now, we've seen that in some games in the previous tournament where Andrea would sacrifice and then she would be lucky enough to have a follow-up, but not, like, be careful not to rush. She definitely is gonna play queen g4, for sure, but what is gonna happen next?
Yeah, this is one of those moments where it's very important to stay calm as black. So Alexandra, she should try to get her knight over into defense to try and push the white bishop away. So knight to c6 is a very good plan for her in this instance. Andrea would then go for the checkmate threat, trying to use her bishop and queen together for the checkmate. And then Alexandra needs to move her knight so that her queen can protect along the 7th rank. So Alexandra should then retreat her knight. And here the queen is ready to get over into defense. And I just think this is completely losing for Andrea. I don't understand that the computer only feels black is slightly better, because to me it looks like there's no attack and the black pieces are making their way towards the king side. So I'm very surprised here about the computer's optimism, because if Alexandra finds all the right moves, I think she's just gonna defend her king and win with the extra knight.
And yet Alexandra is still thinking, which is a huge advantage, psychological advantage for Andrea. It backs up her absolutely unjustified sacrifice. But okay, the sacrifice is still, I mean, Hammer, to answer your rhetorical question, even though you don't want me to answer because it's a rhetorical question, but I still cannot hold myself back, and I will say it. Computer says this position is still fine because computer can save any position because it's computer. On that note, you can see 2 pawns. So basically all Andrea did was sacrificing a knight for 1 pawn, or so sacrificing 1 pawn, right? Because 2 minus 3, 3 minus 2 versus 1 means equals 1, whatever. Here, I have flashbacks from Andrea's, I think, one before last round, if you guys remember, in Fermentera, where she sacrificed the knight on b3 and then still had like a chance. She had that protected pass pawn on a3 with playing black, and then she rushed with a2 thinking that she would have a passer because she thought she was completely lost, but she wasn't, had she capitalized and just kept that protected pass pawn safe. I actually want to see if someone remembers that in chat. And here it's going to be the same. Andrea will need to keep herself composed and not panic, but just continue building up her position, building up the attack, putting the pressure, not spend too much time playing slightly faster, as Hammer indicated. Andrea is getting low on time, but also like just continue with the threats, but not think that she's lost if she doesn't checkmate 2 moves after, because she's not gonna checkmate 2 moves faster after. Yeah, that's my take on that.
Okay, Alexandra has captured the knight. Andrea then has captured the black pawn. And we have the current position on the board. The only way for Alexandra to save her knight is to retreat it. And so I'm very confident that is what she's going to do. And it is what she did.
All right. Those moves we already expected.
And now comes the question to Andrea. How do you increase your attack here? And, well, there's not really much of a choice, is there? She needs to get her queen over here on the side of the board to threaten checkmate. and disrupt the coordination between Black's pieces. I guess she could go pawn to h4 and just push this pawn. But the problem with pawn to h4 is that it turns out even if Black plays some not super accurate moves, getting this pawn up the board is actually not that big of an accomplishment. The Black king can hide behind the pawn. And what Andrea really wants here is to have her rook attacking the king. But the white pawn is actively defending the Black king because the white rook cannot capture through its own piece. And this is quite a classic defensive technique where you hide your king has no pawns of your own to defend it, but hiding behind the opponent's pawns can actually sometimes be even more effective, because it then means that white cannot capture their own pawn.
Very
And
well
she
spotted.
does go for.
Very
So
well
h4
spotted. Yeah.
on the board.
This is that one of those moments that you learn only by failing. Like, I think even you and me, many times we must have gotten tricked by this when we were growing up as players, that they think that this is going to be a strong attacker when in fact it's going to be the defender for our opponent's king.
Yeah, so I think this is a step in the wrong direction for Andrea, and now Alexandra needs to just keep her cool in the ensuing complications. Alexandra has this bishop to a6 trying to attack the queen, but frankly, even though this attacks the queen, it also kind of provokes the queen into moving into a better attacking position. So I'm not sure going after the white queen is necessarily the best plan here at this moment. Instead, I would like to have more pieces over towards the king side, and in particular, I'm eager to chase away this white bishop. So I like knight to c6, followed by knight to e7. Putting pressure on the bishop. But computer actually thinks that this is okay for white.
Of course, it's a positional sacrifice. You know, in a way, Hammer, even though we said the why h4 is not as dangerous, I actually think we are witnessing a personal growth here from Andrea Botez, because believe it or not, but h4 proves that Andrea sacrificed this piece intentionally for the long-term compensation. h4 is a very confident, is a slow, long-term attacking move, improving the position using now the fact that we have pawns here on the queen side. So I actually, now that I think deeper about it, I'm super proud. I'm super proud of the girl.
It
Andrea.
is also very gutsy to go for the sacrifice when playing such an important game. She's really displaying that she doesn't want no draw against Alexandra. She wants to win. She wants to show everyone that that she can beat Alexandra in a fair fight, and then
that
some.
she's not afraid. Yeah, I agree. But you know what else it shows? It shows everybody that the nerves are very high. The tension is so high, just like the tension on our live stream with 20,000 people watching us live. I do believe that this also shows how high, how strong is the heart rate right now, that Andrea could not keep up. I mean, this is fine, but the position was also so good. And one last thing that I will add, I actually think the bright side for Andrea here is that the more she gives Alexandra the option to think and kind of like, make moves, try to find some threats and find ways how to protect, the more often Alexandra is in a position of a long-term defense, the higher are chances that Alexandra is gonna overthink and put another piece on the 8th rank.
Yeah, no, I could very well see that happening, but putting your pieces on the 8th rank is more okay when you have an extra knight, though.
Right. Especially when they protect your king from that 8th rank, all the way from B8. Perfect protector.
Well, I'm thinking more like if we get it over here.
Right, I was roasting. Don't worry. I know what you're meaning. But yeah, basically, the strategy for Andrea in this game should be, or I gonna pretend that I want to sacrifice. I sacrifice. I'm gonna pretend that there is a tag. I'm just gonna build up the tension and let Alexandra go crazy and like just we had it. We actually saw that in one of the games in Fermentera when Alexandra, remember chat? She lost to that I think it was some Rusted FM when she only played her queen and her knight 20 moves with the queen and the knight, trying to protect her king and her bishop on c1, and the rook remained undeveloped, and then she lost the game very fast. But that being said, the exact same strategy should be for Alexandra. Basically, giving Andrea the temptation of sacrificing, because Andrea always goes into the crazy attack sacrifices, and basically like a Ferrari goes 300 miles an hour and flies into the ocean. Okay, not into the ocean, like straight into the wall.
I thought you were gonna improve that sentence, and then you went straight into the wall, which just is still bad.
Yeah, both sisters have their own weaknesses, and the idea here is to get into the mind of your opponent and use your opponent's weakness that you're aware of into your own advantage. So Alexandra should let Andreas make this crazy sacrifice, and Andreas should let Alexandra go crazy into the defense.
Knight c6 has been played. Andrea is gonna be in time trouble. But for the next move, what's good about this pawn to h4 plan is that her next move is very obvious. She wants to push this pawn as far as possible in towards the black king. So she shouldn't spend too much time on playing pawn to h5 now next.
Correct. Which is great because fast moves gonna save time for Andrea. I feel like I need to leave you now before it's getting real hot, because we're gonna have 20,000 now here, 22,000 on Twitter, and we have another 9,000 on YouTube. Hammer, I'm gonna leave you now because it's getting spicy. I need to get my ready for the other 4 hours.
Did you say something, or did you just skip to ready?
I skipped to ready. All right, I'll be right back.
It's getting so spicy, Dina has to go fetch some milk or something. To delve the spice or something. Pawn to h5. I'm assuming Andrea's going to play this quite quickly. And a move I'm curious about is pawn to f5. Milk? Do you guys not know that when things are spicy, you use milk? Come on, that's not a super bad. I'm not accepting any blame for that. Pause was very sus. Yeah, no, it was. I'm curious about this move pawn to f5. And my idea is that I'm preventing the bishop from getting back into the center of the board. And essentially what I'm saying is that I'm going to use my knight to attack that bishop, thereby trading the bishop off in the long run. Pawn to h6 would obviously follow, and then I move my knight back. And here, Andrea has a massive problem that she's struggling to get her bishop back into the game. And if Andrea just continues trying to move pieces into attacking positions, then the knight will even move, attack the queen. Queen moves. Okay, you're attacking my king. I move my king away, and now I'm coming for that bishop with my other knight. So f5 coming up is a definite concern that Andrea is going to have to keep in mind, because she might consider going bishop to d3 first and then continuing her pawn on the edge of the board. But the problem with retreating the bishop is that you allow black to start pushing forward at a time when the white king still hasn't gotten to safety. So Andrea does end up going for pawn to h5. And I'm expecting quite a bit of a think here from Alexandra on what to do next. Knight to e7, bishop to a6, and pawn to f5 are the main candidate moves, the moves we're gonna want to consider. And well, frankly, I think all of them are quite good. And I'm generally optimistic on Alexandra's chances. How many lines go into calculating finding the move h5? Well, I mean, h5 is just the natural consequence of playing h4 on the previous move. It's not really something you calculate. It's like when you make the decision to push the pawn, you just keep on pushing the pawn until, you know, you've chased the knight away. What's a clear advantage for the prediction? Do we have a prediction with a clear advantage, mods? How are you defining that? What if you push e5 anyway? Yeah, e5 actually, yeah. I should have mentioned that as a possible move. e5 definitely makes a lot of sense, trying to open up through the middle of the board while the white king still hasn't castled. I assume Andrea would then go pawn to h6. Ah, and then you can go knight to e6 and you centralize your knight while putting more pressure on white's pawns. Yeah, no, this looks very good as well. Yeah, and then that becomes a problem, right? Because any sensible move that we can think of for Alexandra is also a good move for black. Her only issue is that when she has this many good moves available, it's very difficult to choose between them, figuring out why one move is better than another. And that could cost her some time. Andrea is low on time with her 27 minutes, but Alexandra is not super comfortable with her 40 minutes either. Let me know when you think either sister has a clear advantage. Oh, Sepper. Winning advantage, I can do. Clear advantage, I feel like is a matter of definition. Okay, I'll wait for Dina, but I think Alexandra at the moment has a clear advantage. So we'll see if Dina agrees, and then we'll potentially make the payout.
Clear advantage who?
Who do you think one of the players has a clear advantage in this position?
With the pawn on h5.
Well, this is the current position on the board.
No.
She said no, chat. I don't think she's completely unbiased, but complaints can be directed to Dina Belenkaya.
Nope. Alexandra's thinking. Alexandra's under pressure. Alexandra has an extra pawn, but she's under attack. What advantage? Advantage who?
For either player.
No. No.
Still unclear, Dina says.
Unclear. It is unclear. Everything's gonna be decided in the next few moves. And Andrea has been playing pretty fast h4, h5. So, oh my lands, only 10 minutes now time difference for the sisters. I think, Hammer, we gonna see the spiciest game of them all.
And how have you prepared for the spice about to happen?
Well, first of all, I have the Dune remix for all the spice. Andrea already has blue eyes there, and I have my other version of the tea kettle right here.
Nice.
Plus, everybody, we have a very special $20,000 giveaway for the entire tournament. And for today, $1,000 is going to be given to someone who's going to claim, one of those people who's going to claim the participation in the giveaway. Use the command raffle and Coinbase, fill in the form using your affiliate email address. $1,000 to each viewer. $1,000 is gonna be won by a lucky chatter today. You do participate only once, and that guarantees you the place in the giveaway for the entire tournament. And who knows, if one of the sisters wins, we're gonna have another 1,500. 3 prizes of 500 each. So far, both sisters have been winning, and we got 8 winners by now, 4 and 4 on every day. So yeah, everybody is prepared.
And everyone is spamming raffle in chat, but I want to remind you that in order to participate, raffle only gives you the link to the Google Docs that you have to fill out. So it's not enough just to put !raffle in the chat. You have been warned.
See, Hammer, you're so natural at this. I don't get why you were. I mean, you don't have to answer that. In fact, you shouldn't answer that. But you are natural with
E5 has been played, Dina.
With chess as well. You're
Yeah.
natural with everything.
Pawn E5. So we had actually a chatter suggest why not E5 now, and chatter gets a point. Because Alexandra is trying to blast open the center of the board while Andrea still has her king there. And this is becoming very, very intriguing. But at the same time, computer doesn't necessarily like this that much, because the computer says after takes, and castles, even though Alexandra can keep capturing stuff, here white only has 1 pawn in trade for a knight. But on the other hand, here white has very clear open files to point down towards the black king. So it would seem that Dina was right to ask us to hold on the prediction and try to find a even clearer situation before we call it a big advantage for either player.
That's impressive. That's so impressive. And yeah, I think the only problem is that in that line, I think the number of pawns, like it's like a minimal pawn sacrifice, right? So I doubt that Andrea would understand that so deep, because here for a piece, she only gets 1 pawn, although that piece looks like a dead soldier over there after h6 coming. So what I like here is that for now, optically, we see not 2 but 3 pawns for the knight, and they all are rushing towards the king. So I kind of like, I'm positive here. I think we're gonna have fun time. The only thing is like, yes, Andrea needs not to think too deep on that.
Well, I think this move, pawn takes pawn, is easy enough. But then realizing that you're supposed to allow your opponent to capture the next pawn, that I think is very, very difficult.
Agree.
If you take on e5, however, that would be a massive mistake on account of knight takes e5. And then the idea is that as the knight gets activated, for instance, after castling, there's bishop to g4. And the bishop points down towards the white queen. The white queen has to move, and then the rook is in trouble. And there's also trouble down the f file as the black rook has activated there. So it's very, very important for Andrea not to capture twice in the center because it would activate black's knight. But that is, as humans, our number one instinct is just avoid that our pieces get captured. And as humans, it's very difficult to make the realization that you're supposed to just allow your opponent to continue capturing in towards your position.
Yeah, I cannot add anything to this. Very clear, very beautifully said. You need to sacrifice this pawn for the sake of your rook activity. And perhaps if Andrea does find it, then I think Coach Hammer should beg Andrea to be his student again.
I don't know if I would go that far, but I would be very impressed.
A compliment from Hammer. Is that
no,
worth sacrificing
a
a pawn?
conditional compliment. She's not getting the compliment until she actually makes this sick pawn sack.
Of course, the compliments from Hammer are very limited. It's only when you really deserve it. Only when you make a grandmaster move. But she's gonna do it. I can see that. She's gonna do it. You know why? I have faith in my girl because she knows how to sacrifice. And by the way, we're getting reminded that today, after the game ends, we are premiering the brand new exciting video on YouTube with the one and only Grandmaster Noroditsky. So, chat, we have a very big content day today in the office. Make sure to click the notification button on your subscribe to BotezLive YouTube channel because you don't want to miss that one. Ooh, what a beautiful little yawn out
come
there.
on.
Are you bored? Are you bored, Coach Hammer?
Well, I mean, they are kind of slow.
All right. Andrea, can you please sacrifice another pawn because Coach Hammer is bored? Here comes
I mean,
Peter.
the position is not boring, but the pace at which we're getting new moves is a bit of a... Jan Ludwig Hammer. Yeah, that's me.
Jon Ludwig, however, Hammer.
Jan Ludwig, however,
Hammer.
lots of potential. Have you noticed the guy sitting behind the girls, Dina?
Yeah.
There's been a lot of comments in chat about this person. We're suspecting he may be Ali Reza, or aka Gucci Reza's long lost cousin, I think chat was saying.
Oh, really?
Yeah. Would you agree? Would you agree that this man has the Gucci Reza drip? And
Well, he
in
does have
your,
Italian flag, right?
I mean, it happens, Dina. As a resident of the world, I'm sure you can appreciate a globetrotter.
Oh, absolutely, absolutely. I think, yeah. Uh, I think that guy deserves a compliment. He is dressed very nicely. His glasses are on top, and he's acting like he's not worried at all. Oh, he's a little bit sweating though because his position is tough. That's understandable. He's playing against a former national master. Um, pacing back and forth, a bit worried, but having his position under control. Just like Alexandra, who was looking at Andrea, thinking, whenever the other one is gonna crack.
Speaking of cracking, Andrea down to 19 minutes, Dina. At what point do we go from being concerned to being very, very concerned about her time situation?
Yeah.
Okay, Andrea
Fine.
goes pawn to h6, putting
Whoa.
pressure on the knight.
Okay.
The question is, where does Alexandra now put said knight? Knight to e6, way better than all the alternatives where it's centralized but not an easy target for the white pieces.
Can I suggest the pattern that we've seen before? Or would that be too mean from my side?
I mean, if she does go back, we'll let you do all your retreats how you like.
Uh-huh.
But I think she's moving forward.
All right. Little bit of trolling doesn't hurt when it's oriented to help them improve. 96 is the strongest here, and we're witnessing that situation where Andrea does not know, and no one would unless they experience that failure. It's a big myth in chess. The pawn h that is about to attack is actually a defender, because the king of the opponent is gonna hide behind this pawn and feel the safest guy ever. I think I learned that when I was already at the very least 2100. Definitely not before. Maybe 2200. I can't quite remember. I remember the shock when I realized that h pawn is never an attacker on h7. It's a defender.
Dina, do you think it should be allowed in chess to use a move to remove one of your own pieces?
Like remove the pawn h and then just checkmate with the rook. I see where you're going.
Well, I mean, not checkmate, but like you would have to spend a move removing your own pawn from the board. But would chess be a more exciting game if that was a rule?
Usually people who how you say speculate on creating new moves, new rules, are people who are bored, like for example world champions who decide to retire, or seconds to the world champions who decide to retire and upgrade to the commentary of BotezLive, or any other renowned grandmasters. I don't like that, because for me chess is rich enough the way it is, but I understand where you're coming from.
Yeah. No, in general, I mean, there has been some people saying that we should abolish the stalemate rule. And there I am very firmly against. And I do say this removing a pawn in jest. I'm not really serious. I am a bit like you, Dina, in that I like the fact that we've had the same rules in the game of chess for 600 and plus years. Or maybe it's 500 years. Anyway, it is a maybe not a problem in chess, but it is interesting to think about how removing a pawn could actually be a increase the kind of pace of the game, because it would create a lot of attacks that currently don't work because of the theme you mentioned. That then would work, because you spend a move putting the pawn off the board, and suddenly you have a rook pointing down at your opponent's king.
Right, and we had the move, and it is not the move on the 8th rank. It is knight to e6 indeed. We have the famous streamer, the fourth sister, aka Nemsko, in chat, who just subscribed for 54 months. Welcome, Nemo. Nemo is rooting for the Botez. Nemo, you know that BS doesn't fly here. Bill the Bins, who are you rooting for? Don't hold it like Mama or Papa Botez.
Dina demands an answer. Alexandra made that move reasonably quickly. And so the time pressure is still very much on Andrea still.
What is Andrea gonna do here?
I'm not sure. Because part of Andrea's problem is that right now the pawn on f4 and the pawn on d4, both of them are attacked massively. And the only way to avoid the attacked pawn being captured is by making the trade. But once you make the trade, you open up for the opponent's rook, which is not great.
Right.
And you can't really capture another time, because then the knight would attack the bishop, which is bad.
And we got the answer. The answer got pinned by the moderator, who put that answer.
No, she answered a different question. It's looking like Alex. That's answering who do you think is going to win, not who do you want to win. Very sneaky professional avoiding the question right there.
Ooh, I like Hammer now. He's on my side. He adds the oil to the frying pan.
I want Papa Botez to win. Wow, that's a cop-out if I ever saw one.
Papa Botez is actually pointing a finger at me, but I already opened the cards.
Yeah, no, I think we've already kind of revealed. We're divided in the commentary booth. Dina is Team Andrea, and I am Team Alexandra. So we're playing with open cards.
Oh well is adding oh well to the frying pan. David, the master of diplomacy, the most diplomatic commentator out there, who is your pick in this match?
Someone in chat was asking if we can do an analysis of Queen to G4.
Great idea.
Which I'm happy to do, because here the queen would point in towards the black king. It's fair to assume that when you get this pressure, you're going to be tempted to move your king away.
Mm-hmm.
And that's quite a good move.
You
also have to deal with the fact that your queen is now on the same diagonal as white's queen. And very importantly, if white then tries to attack the black knight, it turns out Alexandra could then ignore the attack on the knight and just continue capturing pawns. Because if white then tries to take out the knight, you actually end up losing the queen because you let your queen stay on the same open file as your uncastled king. And this is why, kids, we like to castle our king.
Hell yeah.
So, queen to g4 has a threat.
I
Pointing
wanted
the
to
queen.
suggest this beautiful knight to g5. What do you think about that?
Knight g5, I think, is fine.
Queen h5, and then the question is, what are you gonna do with our knight? But we can take the pawn. I mean, this is kind of, it's like, gotta be careful. I guess the knight is beautifully blockading this file. It's not the same when back at the times when it was on g7. And obviously, chat, you cannot take the knight, right? You understand that this is a Botez gambit. Andrea is in a tough situation. I wish she did not rush with h6. But this is what we have now.
She played a good opening, says Superstitious Swan. Yeah, I think that's true. But for me, one of the game changers here was pawn to g6 from Alexandra. I think pawn to g6 was such a good move by her. And it really set up this entire thing. So if we go back a little, here Alexandra's position felt really uncomfortable because she was struggling with the white knight in the center that was so well protected by the white pieces. And the knight was very good at limiting the options for the opponent. And Alexandra realized she wanted to use her pawn to kick the knight out. But at the same time, she realized that if she starts retreating her knight, she might allow some kind of attack against her king. So she combined the two plans. Pawn to g6 was a fantastic move, blocking this bishop's diagonal while setting up the idea of going knight to h5. After which, okay, we had this kind of detour with a pawn to a5. But after that, knight to h5 puts some pressure on white's position. Andrea had to go g3, which prevented Andrea from being even more aggressive with the pawns. And then Alexandra got this pawn to f6 like she wanted. To be fair, she did it one move later than I kind of wanted her to. But she did play pawn to f6 in the end and pushed the knight back. Or in Andrea's case, pushed the knight into sacrificing itself to create an attack. But as we can see now, the attack isn't. It doesn't really seem like it's going anywhere.
Beautifully summarized by Coach Hammer. And yeah, one of the takeaways from here, there are many takeaways from here. One of the takeaways for Andrea is to stop rushing into the emotional sacrifices and instead being more holding on your emotions longer and keeping up with the pressure. Playing mind games, making your opponent fear more the upcoming sacrifice. And another takeaway is that the H pawn is not a real danger or attacker, because once it gets pushed, it is actually becoming the enemy, the biggest enemy of white, their own pawn, because it is a defender of the king, of the lord.
So I'm feeling very optimistic on Alexandra's behalf, and the fact that Andrea just went below 10 minutes isn't really changing that assessment at all. Andrea now has to struggle with being down a piece, but also being very, very down on the clock.
You know what I think now, Hammer? I think for the sake of content, Andrea should have used the strategy of not sacrificing early in order to keep the game as tense as long as possible. Because the problem of this short sacrifice is that it might backfire and might see a very short game, and that would be slightly unfortunate because we wanna have we have got all our popcorn ready. We wanna stay here for a moment.
Yeah, are you going to be the one to tell her after she's lost that, oh, you shouldn't have made the sacrifice?
I think she knows. No, I don't. I'm gonna. Yeah, it's hard.
I don't think that would be a wise decision.
No, I'm not. I'm growing. I'm growing here on the BotezLive. I'm learning how not to tell sisters what I think about them unless they specifically ask for it.
One of the tricks, Dina, which I feel like, oh god, Queen G4, chess.com gives a double question mark. That's harsh. But that means we can pay out the prediction. The queen is coming in to point down on the black king, but the king can just hide in the corner. There's plenty of other good moves as well. But I think the prediction is safe to pay out. And in fact, Alexandra now plays king to h8 very quickly. So she's feeling confident about her position, and she's happy just to get the king away from the queen's reach, while the white queen now is on the same diagonal as the black bishop. So Andrea's going to have some concerns to deal with there.
It is not a blunder for those who are asking, but it's just that position, the price of every move in that position is so high that little imperfection like Queen G4, we don't understand why, but just by making slow moves, the power of slow moves, King H8, can already be bad for white. Yeah, not a blunder, but still gets the double question mark. What can I say? In a way, I could easily have predicted that scenario. Andrea is a Ferrari that goes to unlimited speeds and breaks the most beautiful car into the ugliest wall. The wall here is Alexandra.
I kind of agree with you, Dina. I don't think this was a massive blunder because I think her position was pretty much lost already. The computer wasn't giving Alexandra a winning advantage, but that's only because the computer is just crazy good at creating some kind of attack, some compensation for the knight. But that never really felt realistic to me.
Yeah.
Did I miss your final word in your sentence? I was ready with something I wanted to say, and then for once I was going to agree with you, so I was like really eager to get it forward, and I just see chat reacting like crazy. Did you call Alexandra an ugly wall?
Think about that. I just meant that Alexandra is a wall. I didn't connect the adjective and the noun. The comparison was just the wall part. But the wall was only ugly because the Ferrari, the car was so beautiful. But it's on a serious note. Oh my god, I'm crying of laughter.
That is saying this was a big blunder.
Listen,
Say what you will about the queen to g4, but the queen g4 explanation certainly was.
no, it wasn't about Queen G4. It was about the style which Andrea played the game by sacrificing the knight on G6 and then pushing the pawn H. Listen, this scenario, I have predicted it. I might not have stressed it out because I try to keep up with believing in my girl, but we have seen it many times in Andrea's games. For instance, in the previous tournament, this is kind of her style, and I think it's like what Andrea needs to learn from this is how to be more patient. It's the character that she has both in life, and you've seen that she doesn't have patience. She goes straight for the kill. But in chess, you need to be more careful. You need to be more flexible. You cannot just drive like this, the direct way. You need to slow down. You need to capitalize, to play more mind games. In that regard, poker would actually be great for Andrea because I'm sure it teaches you how to know that you have an advantage and yet don't play all in every single time, which Andrea does in the game of chess.
Yeah, to be frank, it does sound poker could be a bit expensive for Andrea.
You think she would lose all the family's money?
No, I'm just saying that if she retains her chess style into the poker felt, then that could be bad in the long run.
So you agree that that's a pattern. That's a pattern that we've seen many times, Andrea. Willing to win so much that just sacrificing the first opportunity that arises.
Yeah. Aggressive poker is good. Yeah, and there are examples of people with incredible aggression and confidence.
I even have one right away.
What are you saying?
I even have one example right away. Sorry for interrupting, Hammer. The example was earlier today in chat. Nemo has won this first celebrity poker event that we all four of us played. It was Andrea's and mine first poker tournament. It was back in August last year in Vegas, and Nemo won it by playing super aggressive, all in every single time, and scared the shit out of everybody on every tables, and it worked. But yeah, Hammer, you were saying this is not a solid long-term strategy.
Well, I was going to give the example of Tom Dwan, who Alexandra played with, the first big poker session she had. And he was an incredible player, making very aggressive bluffs and getting away with it because he put so much pressure on the opponent. But in the long term, Tom Dwan struggled to maintain a profit because of the risk inherent in all the big bluffs he was playing.
And in the meantime, Hammer has been updating the moves, and it was indeed King H8 and F5 and Knight to G5. Advantage of Black only continues to grow, and the problem is that even though the bishop on G6 looks beautiful and the pawn on H6 looks beautiful, those two are worthless right now.
Yeah. And the knight on G5 is fantastic because now there's no pawns that can attack the knight. The knight is going to be very nicely placed here for, pretty much the rest of the game.
Well, Andrea might want to go after it. Something like bishop to E3, trying to exchange it.
But she first has to deal with the pawns in the center, though, Dina.
That's true, but at this point, she's just burning all the bridges, in my opinion.
Well, I think there's no matter what she does, she's dead or lost. She's down a knight. And she has 2 pawns for the knights, but her king is not castled, and she's having a lot of trouble with the activity of the black pieces. And I think Alexandra is executing this defense quite well. After Andrea sacrificed her knight, she never really stood a chance.
Man.
In my opinion.
Well, there was a hope with the pawn on when the pawn was still on h5.
Wow, she castles Dina.
Ooh, that's some maturity over there.
It's a bit late though. It's moved 23.
You're right. I mean, she learns, but she accepts her mistakes, but a little bit late. What happens after take?
Alexandra does take. Oh no, sorry. This is your board.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm not sure Alexandra should take. Because that would open up for white to potentially point a rook down on the black queen. And I think black is fine just having this tension. I really like the move knight to e7 going after the bishop. Because right now the bishop seemingly is protected. But the problem is that the black bishop is pointing in towards the queen. So the protection of this pawn on the bishop is a bit of a mirage. And
Mirage.
yeah, the bishop would be in big trouble.
Got it. Mirage.
We're learning chess and expanding our vocabulary.
Yeah. I mean, as a fan, I'm disappointed. I'm very disappointed, but let's hope for the best. Is knight e7 happening?
I don't know. But it makes a lot of
Rogue.
sense to try and trade pieces when you're up material.
Agreed. And Rogue Note is tracking with 5 gifted subs. Appreciate that. Just for the to make sure for the record, is that go Alex or go Andrea? Andrea needs your support, chat, now. It's about time. Alexandra, if you wanna keep up the momentum, you gonna swindle. You're gonna let your sister swindle. Do that.
Andrea only has 2.5 minutes left. So she's in a very precarious state, both on the board and on the clock. And Alexandra does find knight to e7, and she does it without accepting the trade between the pawns. Alexandra is playing very well right now. I think Alexandra has played very well throughout this tournament.
Right, especially when she played knight to b8.
I mean, she's not a 2300 rated player, no, but she is playing at like I don't know. I mean, I don't think she's made any huge mistakes this entire. Oh, she did blunder queen takes d5. Like there are some minor mistakes being made, but at the end of the day, she's getting the job done. And after this win, Alexandra will be #1 in the tournament.
All right.
After 3 rounds.
I actually agree. No, I was being mean without I was just being mean without any base. This knight to b8 is just that one of those things that we need to adjust. And I put the responsibility for that on you, Hammer. Just that. Otherwise, Alexander has been indeed playing good. After pawn takes on e5, bishop takes on e5. Now Andrea's bishop on g6 is under attack because it's pinned because of the bishop on c8. And I do want to highlight, but in fact, the position of Andrea is so lost, not because she's down a piece for 2 pawns, or but it's also It's actually because Andrea is down two pieces. Because this bishop on g6, guys, everyone's watching, you understand that that's currently a fake bishop. That's not a real bishop. So it's not in the game. It doesn't participate anywhere. It only helps black in a defense. So it's like she was 2 pieces down.
Yeah, and now in order to protect, like, I think it's over. I think she might resign. How do you deal with the threat against the bishop? If the bishop moves, then you've left your pawn on f5 undefended to be captured between the bishop and the knight. If you move the queen to try and help the bishop in that way, well, then bishop takes g3. And Alexandra captures one of the very few remaining pawns to protect the late castled king on the king side. So I think this is just over.
No, Hammer, it's not over. It's not over yet. We're not losing hope. We believe in Andrea. Andrea is the biggest fighter of them all. She's gonna play queen to h5. She's gonna fight until...
She played queen e2, Dina.
Okay.
But then she blundered bishop a6. Bishop a6 now. Alexandra can pick up a rook for a bishop, but it might not even be the best move because Alexandra can also capture the pawn on f5 and she can capture the pawn on g3. Alexandra has such a wide choice right now, but I'm going to say bishop takes g3, probably the top option, just removing one of the pawns in front of the opposing king. Okay, Alexandra goes for bishop takes f5. So she's just making sure that she's going to get the trade between the bishops. And after the trade, Alexandra will take back, and now she has a massive pressure against this g3 pawn. But she's also threatening to just take out the h6 pawn as well. The black pieces, look at how well placed these guys are. And look at how these pieces are controlling all the squares in towards white's half of the board. It's a dominating position for Alexandra here, and she's executing it with good accuracy.
Man, I'm slowly dying inside. It's so heartbreaking. I mean, Andrea played a fantastic opening. Fantastic opening, got such a great advantage, and then rushed into sacrifice. That wasn't that bad. The sacrifice wasn't that bad, but the overall strategy was not correct. The overall strategy for Andrea should have been to threaten, not to execute, to let her sister be her own enemy and get too much worried. Yeah. Even after sacrifice, Andrea had a chance to continue slowly building her position, but little did she know that the H pawn was not a real danger. I feel like Andrea almost did it. Huge compliment to Andrea on out preparing her sister and her sister's grandmaster biased commentator coach. Both of these people were against Andrea, digging the whole night, and yet failed to surprise Andrea.
And here, the final nail in the coffin. Knight to h4, check on the king. Andrea's idea with sacrificing this bishop was that she wanted to capture the black knight afterwards, but by getting the knight away first with a check to the king and then taking the bishop, Alexandra will be up by 2, a bishop and a knight.
Amazing preparation by Andrea. She was so good. She started so well and so confident. But unfortunately, that weakness of Andrea that exists already, that existed before, still needs time to fix. We need to work on that, and we will work on that because Andrea is a natural talent in chess with very few hours that she ever dedicated to the game, with absolutely zero knowledge of the basic strategy and pawn structures. What is French? What is Caro? What is Carlsbad? What is Italian? What is Spanish? She managed to out-prepare her sister. She managed to already cross the 2000 rating ELO, becoming an expert in chess. And the sky is the limit for Andrea Botez. All she needs is to fix those small weaknesses, such as slowing down when riding a Ferrari. What do you say, Hammer?
I've never really understood the importance of the word copium until now.
Okay, I don't know what that means. I need to Google that. Copium. Definition. A metamorphorical opiate taken in order to cope with loss or disillusionment. What does copium mean on Twitch? The definition of copium and cope online slang, if you're part of online communities such as Twitch, you may have seen the slang term copium used during arguments. The word comes from cope, to deal with a difficult situation, to try to feel better. And opium, which is an addictive drug that can be taken to feel better. Got it. Understood.
Hammer getting out boomered for the first time in his life. Oh.
Unbelievable.
Now, after queen takes d5, Andrea has lost another piece. After rook to d8, there's no way for her to defend her knight. And rook d8 has been played by Alexandra.
It's only made in 10.
The only thing Alexandra needs to watch out for now is the queen somehow getting to the g7 square. That would be checkmate for white. But at the moment, Alexandra is controlling all the access points that the white queen would need to get there. Okay. To be fair, I hadn't seen this move from Andrea. Knight to c4, counterattacking the queen. So she's not losing her knight.
Right, she's only getting checkmated in 6. It is a double gambit. It is a double Botez gambit on the screen. Rook takes d5, knight takes b6, but unfortunately after rook d2, there is no way to defend from rook
this
h2.
Is happening right now on the board.
Double Botez gambit, let's go!
And suddenly it's the white king suffering an attack, and Andrea resigns the game. And Alexandra trying to hide her smirk as the resignation comes in. Okay, now she's back in the game phase. Let's try not to show how happy we are about beating your baby sister.
Andrea is very upset. I can see that. No face reaction. This is a war. This is a real sibling war. You know, for the first time ever, these two are acting like real chess players. Because real chess players don't smile after the game.
Have you seen them smiling after the game, though?
They do that all the time. They giggle with their opponents. Andre's showing that she's accepting the loss by putting the king on d4. Andrea accepted the loss with a pride. There is no communication between sisters. That's what I call the real chess. And on that note, we are heading to the last 10 minutes of the giveaway because here we are sponsored by Coinbase. You know already Coinbase is your best way to store and trade crypto. And for this tournament, we have partnered with Coinbase, who has $20,000 in cryptocurrency for you guys. So use the command raffle and Coinbase, fill in the form with the affiliated email address that you used to sign up on Coinbase already. You have a chance to win $1,000 every round. But today in particular, because Alexandra strikes with the win against Andrea, we're gonna have 500 extra for 3 more additional people. Overall, 4 people are battling for the giveaway prize. And in any chance, even if you don't win, you can already claim your $20 bonus in cryptocurrency by signing up or using, if you're already a user, the code BOTEZ20. I do have to say, this was a historical day. 3 hours, 15 minutes lasted the battle of the BotezLive. The higher sibling prevailed. Alexandra Botez claimed the dominance. She is the official bullier and the head of the family. Andrea is very disappointed and devastated. She showed that on her face. First time ever, chat, we have witnessed no smile from Andrea after resigning. And you know what? I'm proud of that. Finally, Andrea is entering into the war zone. She knows that chess ain't no joke. What do you say, Hammer?
Well, I was just wondering if I just keep quiet, will you continue talking? But the awkward silence gambit didn't work out on this occasion.
No, you're fine. I actually love when you're awkward silence. That's why I always try to put you under the lights. I remember when I beat a grandmaster on stream last year in Reykjavik, as we say in Norwegian. You trolled me so hard by pretending that you couldn't listen to me. So I know what you're doing. I know what you're doing there. Mama Botez in chat, my heart breaks. Finally, we have the mother in chat. And yeah, Mama, it's about time to call your baby because they need your support. Actually, probably not. I don't think Andrea wants to talk to anyone, as she shouldn't, because this is war.
He's gonna need a 1 hour alone time. I think that's the chess tradition. When you've lost a game, nothing can fix that, and you're gonna want to. You were actually better during the game. Yeah, those kind of comments, whatever kind of comment people try to make, it's always going to be the wrong thing to say.
It depends on people and it depends on the words. I do know for myself that bad words can tilt me even more, but there are people out there who actually have good words. I remember when I was a kid and I would like finish my games. I mean, kid, when I was a teenager and I was finishing my games, whenever I would win, I would always call my mom. But whenever I would lose, I would always call my coach. I would never want to talk to my mom because she would always tell me something like Papa Botez saying, "Why did you spend 1 hour on move H3?" When he said to Andrea, yeah, my mom would tell me so hard because she's also a chess coach and was my first coach. But my real coach at the time, like master, he would always find the right words. He has a degree in psychology. So it depends on what words. I think for Andrea, in any case, she's not gonna want to talk to us, which is understandable. And I think we need to praise a lot of achievements have been done, especially the beautiful out preparation, as I mentioned before, of Alexandra and her grandmaster coach Hammer. Beautifully out prepared. Andrea got such a great position out of the opening. And didn't necessarily have to rush with the sacrifice, but instincts of a fighter always move forward. Ferrari instincts prevailed and she sacrificed. And even though then she could have continued to capitalize and not rush, but here we go. 4 minutes left for the giveaway. Don't forget to participate. Use the command raffle and Coinbase. Fill in the form. Use the email address for your account on Coinbase, and we're gonna soon know the winners.
And Alexandra in chat saying they're walking back to their rooms. Mama Botez in chat praising Andrea for her resignation and the way she made the resignation. Speaking of parents making the wrong comments after a loss and how nothing can really, yeah. I mean, big fan of Mama Botez, but praising the way you resign is not gonna be that's gonna make me go a little crazy in my frustration.
Well, with Mama Botez, I agree. I was proud of Andrea the way she did not want to have any fake bullshit smiles to her sister because that was an important game and she gave her heart and soul into battling that one out. So I was happy finally my girl Andrea was serious like she should be. So putting the king on d4 herself, claiming the result for the DGT. Those who don't know, you do need to put the king on d4 and e5 to make the DGT understand that black is the one who won. We have 2 minutes remaining for the giveaway in the meantime. And right after that, we're gonna have sisters for the interview. Hammer, what are you gonna say to your student?
Well, I am gonna ask her about the opening that we had talked about last night. Because I was somewhat surprised to see her going into the main line of the London system, when that is in fact not what we had prepared. And I took the time. Last thing I said to Alexandra before hanging up the phone last night was make sure to spend a little time in the opening so that you don't mess up early on. And like I was trying to emphasize, don't spend more time on move 15 in the prep than you spend on move 5. If you don't get the first couple of moves right, then the last moves of the prep just don't matter. Because she has previously mixed up some move orders in the past. Yeah, that continues to be a concern for the coach.
What about the knight b8 part? Oh, there we go. We have 1 minute left in the giveaway. In the meantime, last chance to fill in the form, participate in the raffle, and Coinbase. Raffle, command in chat, fill in the form, use the email address that is affiliated with your account, and you get a chance to win $2,500 today in crypto. It's time to cash in, just like Alexandra have been cashing in this tournament.
Alexandra is on 3 out of 3, and she's the highest rated player on 3 points. Like, Dina, at what point do we start talking about her winning the entire tournament?
It's beautiful. We need to embrace it. If you ask me as a commentator or me as a player, because if you ask me as a player, I would so be afraid of extra pressure of leading, but we can elaborate on that later. We're gonna hop on the hop on the call. Are we hopping on the call, Hammer? Are we switching? 10 seconds
we're
left.
Switching?
We have the winners. And we have the winners. Are we announcing the winners before the ladies come? We are. So the winners for today are Rain843, Mountain Goat of Doom, Veruto9432, Machiko. These 4 winners of today's giveaway, congratulations, are gonna be contacted by the email address they used while signing up and confirming their Coinbase accounts. Congratulations on that note. We are joining the sisters.
The Botez Civil War interview. We'll see if the war breaks out.
Let's go, Hammer.
Interview.
Let's go.
Okay, and the fact that the cameras are now officially messed up means that I guess it's happening. The people are coming in, I think. Or we lost Dina for no good reason. One or the other. Okay, I guess we lost Dina. Okay, I guess you're stuck with me, people.
All right. So the switch was not for me, but for the sisters. Got it.
Yes.
Got it. Let's go.
We have like 3 different Discord groups, and Andrea was calling us on another one, and we needed to make sure that they got on to the right call. So we waiting a very long time to get the girls on, but we're gonna make it work.
We're waiting for the most epic interview, and there they go.
Again. Oh.
Hey.
Hello.
Hey, we can hear you.
Hello.
Hammer, I mixed up my prep because.
Okay, when I said we can hear you, I meant we can hear you every like 10 seconds.
Congress is not. Hang on. Okay, we're back. Can you guys hear us?
Yeah, now you're good.
Hello, Hammer. Hello, Dina. Also, hello to everybody on X. That's the first time we're live streaming there.
Don't touch me. Don't touch me. It's okay. I shouldn't have sacked out the game anyways. I always know whenever the answer is should you sack versus your sister, the answer is always no, but I always do it anyways.
The thing is, I knew you would be baited, but I was more afraid of you sacking the other way.
But the other way didn't work because knight takes pawn and attacking my queen.
I think the other way did work.
I don't think it worked. I think I was supposed to just go knight back. No,
It
Knight
didn't
back
work.
was very scary too.
But if I went knight f3, then you had a crazy bishop takes pawn, and I thought you would sack. So I bet it was knight g5. But I didn't like knight g4.
Queen g4 was a lot scarier, more over h4. I was much more scared of that.
But yeah, I'm assuming the sack was very bad, even though it looked like it was winning.
I mean, to me, it looked like it was losing, and the computer said it was not losing. It was just, a little advantage for black. So
yeah, it was. Yes, this was the ideas I was most scared of. Is it our internet, or are you guys just thinking?
I don't know where Dina is, but
I'm just
I'm
afraid
trying
to
to
say
keep up
anything
with the
right now.
moves. But your thoughts were flickering faster than we can find the right position on the board.
Yeah, I was very unimpressed with knight b8. I had flashbacks from Alexandra when you had queen and knight and you were playing against an IM in the previous tournament or an FM, and you would just retreat your knight, move it 20 times. My instincts are against putting your pieces back once you develop them. And I was very impressed with Andrea's g3. I found g3 extremely mature because g3 is like a very, very smart thinking. You pretend that you are not gonna attack. You kind of slow the pace, playing solid, protecting f4. But in the meantime, you always can play g4 later. So I thought this was very smart. And I was very happy with Andrea's opening. I was unimpressed with your guys' preparation. And I was,
None of my prep happened. I don't even know if 95 was prep. I know e4 was move, but none of the prep happened. All the prep I did was useless.
No, I was unimpressed with Hammer and Alexandra's preparation, and I think Andrea, you actually had the.
Why are you being so negative when I won a game? Can't we just be a little bit nice and focus on areas of improvement? A lot of things were good in this game. We're going straight to, you did this one move that it was bad. Andrea, I could tell who you were rooting for, and it's okay to be upset, Dina, but you don't got to take it out on me.
Well, Hammer was clearly rooting for you, so I think it's called justice.
Yeah, but Hammer's not here, and you did this one move bad, and that's all he says.
No, Hammer told me my sack was shit, and the computer thought it was okay, so call it even.
I think you guys had a clear strategy of getting into each other's head. Alexandra's strategy was to provoke Andrea into a rushed sacrifice, and it worked. And Andrea's strategy was to make Alexandra see ghosts and pretend that she was gonna sacrifice. And it started working after knight b8 because clearly Alexandra started kind of, being on her own track for her own plans. And after a4, I was so proud here of Andrea. I thought this was a great positional understanding, not seeing just one side of the board, but also seeing the other side, blockading b5, stopping the Carlsbad minority attack. But yeah, eventually Alexander prevailed into getting into Andrea's brain, and Andrea cracked and sacrificed
the only
knight.
thing making me feel better right now is the friendship gambit by Dina, because I think Alex played an amazing game, and I know Dina's giving me extra compliments because I'm clearly the big loser here today.
No, she just likes you better. When David Howell asked her last tournament who she'd be cheering for if we played each other, she said you.
Well, we did share a bed together for 10, 12 days. Listen, Mom and Dad both have a favorite child, and so does Hammer and Dina. It's just the way life works. But at the end of the day, Dina, I appreciate you trying to make my chess sound better than it was and make Alex's sound worse than it was. But I think my sister played a very good game considering neither of us had prep. And I thought
No, I did have
G6
prep. This was exactly what I prepped.
This was your
into,
prep?
but I accidentally played. I played Bishop D3 instead of Knight H5 because I had looked at that line last minute and I had confused it. I was expecting E4 and Bishop E7, and after I played it, I was like, "Oh man,
E4
Hammer's
and
not
Bishop.
going to be happy about this."
Yeah, I need to go with. I don't know if E4. Okay, was knight? My main question is was knight E5 even correct? I spent so much time there because I knew the theory move. I could either go E4 or I could go Queen E2 and Rook D1. But I thought if I went knight E5, I thought I would have a better chance versus Alex because I thought if I went for E4 and I opened up the position, she was better at those type of open positions. So I wanted to keep things complicated. I thought I would get attack on the king side, but. Yeah, she defended well with G6, but it was just so ugly. But it was a little definitely intimidating.
E6 was a fantastic move. So good. Because
I mean, B6 is. I said G6. G6.
Up until G6, I thought you were crushing her, and then after G6, her plans become very, very nice, and she manages to kick out your knight on E5. I think knight E5 I thought was a good move. E4 I believe is the main line, but knight E5 is a good alternative. And we were very optimistic. We were very optimistic here on your behalf, Andrea. But,
I mean, so was I until I sacked.
I just knew that
optimistic isn't the word.
Andrea, I knew those gremlin fingers couldn't resist a juicy sacrifice against Big Sister. I knew you wouldn't be able to resist.
Okay, but G6 for black wasn't correct, or was it?
No, G6 was fantastic.
I'm a
it was so good.
You played mine. The computer also loves G6 in these positions.
That's so weird. I've never seen this. Okay, so you prepped this?
Well, I actually did.
How was this prepared?
So by the way, I'll tell you, before you play knight e5, the main line is b6, but the computer likes g6 the most, which is why I even had this idea.
I never seen this before. Okay, then good prep. I didn't think that was prep. I thought you were just winging it. I really thought you were out of the book, so I thought I had the upper hand. But if that was prepared, then very nice. You outsmarted me. I prepared everything. I didn't expect
knight e5, so I was just trying
g6
because it worked
ideas,
in other lines.
Right?
The computer likes g6, but it's very weird. b6 was much more human to me here.
Yeah, I don't know. Playing this is, but okay. I mean, I thought g6. I'd never seen it before. And then
poor mom and dad in the chat.
Who are they talking to?
I don't know.
What do you mean, Mom? You misspelled jealous.
It's okay. It's English second language.
I know. What is this spelling? Sorry, I'm just taking my rage out on Mom. It's not her fault. I love you, Mom. I wish you were here to give me a hug and tell Alex that she's a big, mean sister. Thought she was going to bite me, so my reflex was to jump. I'm not used to her coming close to me and not biting.
Okay, what's the ugly wall? Why does chat keep spamming ugly wall?
You don't want to know.
Was my wall ugly? Are you talking about the pawns on the black?
No, you were a Ferrari.
Whose
Andrea,
wall?
So. Well, Dina made. Dina made an analogy in which.
Wait, did Dina refer to Andrea as a Ferrari and me as an ugly wall? Is this what Dina said?
You know what? At least I have a number one. I may not be the better sister, but at least I have the Russians on my side.
I did not mean the word ugly. I just meant
Andrea, a beautiful Ferrari, Alex, an ugly wall. Excuse me.
The beautiful and ugly were not supposed to be compared. It was only the Ferrari and the wall. So as usual with her style, Andrea speeded up on 300 miles an hour and crashed into the wall. The ugly and beautiful part were not related to the comparison.
How am I still losing?
Well, just
you're winning the tournament on the plus side.
Yeah,
This is true.
Well, no, now the only solution for me is to win every single game.
You can get second and I'll get first.
Uh-huh.
Otherwise, you have to cheer for me to lose.
Okay, I'm only cheering for you if I don't win every game. then I will.
You guys
play
realize it's a 9 a.m. round tomorrow?
Oh,
I'll take that as a
Okay,
no.
question. Can we look before this? Can we look at the stack?
yeah.
I'm assuming knight g4 was my only move because I was afraid if I went knight f3 that she was gonna sack on f4.
I was thinking about it.
I bet you were gonna do it, and then she would have outplayed me anyway. So I'm curious how the game
I
would have
didn't
went
know it
on
was
if I
good.
went knight g4.
I don't think she would outplay you. I don't think the
3 a.m.
sacrifice
for you
was
guys.
justified.
Oh,
Knight
no,
g4
she
was
didn't.
fine, but
Yeah,
so was
I
like
guess-
knight f3 and any other move. But obviously, even after
Knight
the
f3?
sacrifice, yeah. But even after sacrifice, you were fine. But we'll get back to that right after.
Computer says bishop g3, Andrea.
Bishop g3. Sorry, in what position?
After the sacrifice, bishop takes f4, pawn takes, knight takes f4.
Oh, that's crazy. Okay, yeah, but if I would have went queen f1 like a normal human, then I'm doomed.
No.
Sorry, it's lagging a bit.
No, you're fine. It's you're.
Yeah, I saw this,
Yeah.
but I didn't see bishop g3.
To be honest, it's the same thing
Okay.
which you did, but reversed. Because white has a slight sacrifice and when a slight advantage, and when you sacrifice the knight, Alexandra had a slight advantage. So it's just the same thing but reversed. It's that kind of sacrifice that has a compensation, but you need to be careful how you proceed. Your sacrifice wasn't necessarily like the root of all problem. There was another thing that you didn't understand that I think it's an important learning moment. I don't know if Alexandra knew that or not, but we were discussing, me and Hammer also like used to not know that until a certain point, is that H pawn is never a threat or a danger. In fact, it's the opposite. H pawn, when attacking, is always a help to your opponent's king because the opponent's king can hide behind this pawn.
She just hides.
Yeah. And I recall that I was already 2100.
Yeah, when you played h4, I was relieved.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I thought I would have some attack. I know. I had a feeling looking at my track record whenever I sack to not sack, but I thought that if I
resist it,
I was so close. I was so close to playing knight f3, and then I scared myself out of it because I didn't want her to sack on f4, and then I said, okay, the only solution is for me to sack. But it was not a calculated
I got
risk.
in her head.
Yeah, basically, Alexandra managed to get into your head, Andrea, and your plan should have been... I mean, you should have called me. I would have told you. Don't sacrifice, but pretend like you want. Make Alexandra fear you, and she'll just put all her pieces on the 8th rank like she usually does when she thinks there is an attack.
The ugly wall held, Dina.
I was happy when I saw knight b8. But anyways, I made the same mistake I make every single time, so I have no one to blame but myself.
You can learn from your sister who learns from her mistakes.
I don't know if that was sarcasm.
Yeah, I can't tell.
But you know what? I'm gonna let Alex take all the hits today because I'm fine with it for today. Just today. Well, no, I mean, okay. And then after the sack, when did I through the game?
I mean,
you by playing h6. Actually, h4, h5
Oh,
was still okay.
h4 was the throw out.
H4 is inaccuracy. H5, okay. The biggest, like the last moment was h6. Here you had a complicated idea, like objectively complicated. You should have sacrificed another pawn, which would help you open a file. You need to open files for your rooks to proceed with the attack. And of course, castling. We've talked about it many times.
I considered it. Yeah. Was it sacking the c pawn? Or which pawn? Oh, castling queen. Okay. Yeah, I mean, this position's so complex. Yeah, even if I got this position 100 times without knowing these moves, I wouldn't have played this properly. So I just, this was so complicated. I'm not even upset. But the sack, I just wish I had a better intuition for when not to sack.
I think Andrea,
But
honestly, it was still very scary for me. I was not comfortable. I was like, if you somehow pull this off, I'm never living it down.
Yeah, that's
we
what I was
noticed
thinking
that
too.
because Alexandra, you didn't take the
But
knight right away. You took so much time into thinking, should I take on g6 or not? We could
I
see
just
that
wanted
you
to
were
double check,
uncomfortable.
but it was still scary.
Yeah, I think Andrea. Like
Also,
the advice...
I just want to quickly.
Go ahead.
It's okay. Go ahead.
Yeah, I just the advice that I wanted to give you, Andrea, during the game. I was given once this advice. Whenever you have a temptation to sacrifice or not, don't, because it is always a risk. You always put yourself into a position risk, but also time risk, and you gotta be precise. So I would say sacrifice only when you calculate it until checkmate or close to checkmate, and make your opponent think that there is ghost out there and just make them tilt and go crazy in the defense. The threat is stronger than the execution.
Like what? I guess Alex won that battle. Yeah, no, it's a good lesson. I don't know how many games I will lose when I sack to actually learn it, but yeah, I should have known. Well, those were all my questions.
I just wanted to say a quick thank you to Sardinia Chess Festival. I wanted to have them on a command on our stream today just because they're putting a really good tournament and the organizers have been really friendly. So just wanted to say thank you to them. And if anyone is looking for a tournament next year and you want to also travel to Italy, you guys should check them out because it's really hard to be a tournament organizer. So we want to give them a little bit of love. I wanted to thank this tournament. I'm #1 ranked. Yes. No, I'm kidding. That's not it.
Well, now you gotta win, sister. Okay, I'm gonna root for you as long as you win every game, because then there's no chance
Think
I
of
can
the
win
content.
first.
No, but you can get second.
I don't want second.
Well,
I'd
it's a
rather
little
be
late for
last
that.
than you. But okay, I will root for you every game that you win. But the second you lose a game, I will not be rooting, and I will try to win all my games. But until then, I hope you take first place in the tournament.
I'll take
Andrea,
it. I'll
there is
take
no
it.
way Alexandra will win all her games. It's not possible mathematically or statistically.
Okay, Dina, if I win all the games, then are you willing to put something on the line?
Absolutely.
If I win all my games, you need to change your Twitter banner to Alexandra Botez is better than me at chess for the next month.
What do you do if
Okay, and
you lose?
Nothing, because it's statistically unlikely. So, like, my odds to do
Impossible.
that are
She
very
said
unlikely. You really-
impossible.
You
Alexandra,
said
she
impossible.
said
If it's impossible,
impossible.
put it on the line. No, you're right. You're right. Dina said impossible, so put it on the line.
Andrea, can you back me up for all the fake compliments I gave you today?
Wait, what did you just say?
Impossible.
I don't know how
Wait, how did you get Andrea? She turned it around on YouTube.
No. It's true. This is my fault. If I was better at chess, Dina wouldn't have had to make up for my bad chess with her sweet words. Sweet Dina, I miss you so much. I know you would never beat me like my real sister did. And we should all just celebrate Alex's magnificent win and my stupid sack. And Dina, come to LA and we'll all go hang out at the three sisters that we are and love each other. And
Dina's afraid. Dina says impossible, but when it comes to putting action to her words, she shies away.
All right.
And
listen, just to keep it straight. First of all, actually, I joked. The compliments were real. G3 and Day4 are brilliant moves, and I see a lot of personal growth in Andrea. And next time she won't sacrifice because she knows it's an practical, unreasonable risk. And for Alexandra, all my roasts are actually hoping that she's gonna stop treating her pieces like BS and start respecting them and putting them up and not back behind. But I am not a specialist of betting, girls. This is your specialization. Every single game you play, you put something on the line. All I'm saying is that there is no way Alexandra's going to win all her games in this tournament. Because I've been there, I've been in those shoes. The lifetime performance maximum 8 out of 9. You are never gonna get 9 out of 9. I'm saying that to encourage Andrea.
Down.
There is no single chess player in the world who would win 9 out of 9.
Okay, so Dina, one thing poker teaches you is when you say something, you actually have to back it up. That's why betting is important, because when somebody says something is impossible, statistically, that means there is a 0% chance. And if you're not willing to put something on the line, then not only are you not a gambler, but you're a liar.
Mom, Dad, please
would
don't.
love to change my Twitter profile.
It's all
There is
my
no
fault.
problem
If I was
with
better
that.
at chess, this wouldn't have happened.
Listen, Alexandra, I love the idea of fake changing my Twitter name because that would never happen. The problem here I'm having right now, which this is why I need Andrea's help. I'll explain. I'm not. I will not take it. But I'm not. I need you to put something back. You offer something in exchange. I am not gonna get tricked into one-side argument. This is a one-side bet.
Shut up! I'm the one that lost today. I call the shots. This ends now. No more. No more.
Poor Hammer.
I've had enough. I've had enough.
Hammer, can you say the last words, please?
Great game, Alexandra. Good fight,
And we disconnected.
Andrea. You.
Hammer?
Yeah.
I think Hammer is role playing the ugly role.
You were very brave in making the sacrifice. But I do think ultimately your results will improve if you change your mindset to being a little less optimistic. And I say that with a heavy heart, Andrea. But right now, your assessments of the situations are too emotional and they're too optimistic. And if you correct that, your results are going to be even better than they've already been.
I actually think this applies to life because one time I was reading an article about people who are always late are people who are overly optimistic. And the reason that they're late to everything is because they always overestimate everything they can get done before the specific hour. And then I read that article and I said, oh, well, my problem in life is that. And then I said, okay, well, should I fix this? And I should lower my expectations. And then I forgot about that article, and then I never did. But I actually think this applies to life. And I don't think this is a problem I will ever fix because if anything, I will. Well, you know what? I've been a little more on time. So maybe as I age and I get more wisdom in life. And well, but then that means that the solution to life and chess is just lowering your expectations and living a more depressing life, which I don't think I want that. So you know what? I think I will continue to sack and just live in my own fantasy.
Nothing was learned, Chad. Absolutely nothing.
Because now that I think about what's better, okay, living with other people's standards and then being miserable because you know that you have no chance, but at least you fight, or living in your own head thinking, okay, this is a beautiful game, you're gonna have a beautiful sack, and then you get disappointed because you lose, but at least 90% of the game, you're very happy and content with yourself. So well, I think this comes more to philosophy.
Andrea,
one thing
Hammer
I will say from
one of the. Go ahead, Hammer. Sorry.
Well, I can't interrupt the main character.
Yes, just this is my movie. Just let me live this moment, and then tomorrow I won't sack. No, what happens is I learn this lesson for one game in the tournament, and then I don't do it for the rest of the tournament, and then eventually I break out of the box again, and I want to live a little life on the edge for the next tournament, but I'll behave for the rest of the tournament.
Andrea, as a person who has been a professional chess player, let me just say that if you don't want to be depressed, you shouldn't try to play chess professionally.
I wouldn't call this professional chess. This is content creation. I'm a professional chess content creator, not a professional chess player.
Play chess tournaments for our profession.
And you know what? I'm gaining Elo at the end of this trip, so I disagree.
Andrea, I guess to smooth the ends, chess is a whole representation of your personality, of your character, and your chess style is directly like shows your personality. So that's why you can see these things. And it is on
the ugly one, Dina.
I just needed a wall to which Andrea was gonna
Listen,
break into.
so I guess the
Alexandra
solution to all this is just
Yeah.
I just have to play less exciting chess and more boring chess, practically.
No. No, Andrea.
But
just-
see, this is why I revolt against this, because I am a content creator. I am here to make content, not to play perfect chess.
No.
So I will continue living in
But
my fantasy.
If that is your mentality,
I
Andrea,
simply
then you
am
can't really be
simply
upset
my-
about losing because you're not here to play chess. You're just here to create content.
No,
Well,
Andrea,
I'm here to
just don't be so easy to read. You need to learn a little bit of poker. You're so easy to read. Be slightly more flexible. Don't show them all your cards. Let them think you want to sacrifice, but don't do it right away. Just do it a little bit later when it's gonna lead to checkmate.
No, you're right. Okay. Okay. Well, Alex won the poker match today. So, I was really close to playing d4, knight c3, g4. But okay, I don't think it would have worked. No, not against e6 anyway. But I was trying to surprise her, and all morning I was trying to get in her head, and I was telling her things, and we ate lunch together, and then I was telling her, and I thought I got in my sister's head, but I don't think it worked.
Well, I was letting you think you get into my head.
Well,
That you
okay, I
felt
didn't
more
actually think
comfortable
I
with the
got in your
position.
head. But yeah. Well, you can't break the wall. That's the lesson at the end of the day.
Well, guys, I think that's the end of the match. We should raid Alexandra Chess because she's doing commentary on the tournament in Sardinia, so we should support their live stream as well. But thank you, Hammer, Dina. We're gonna talk after this, and chat. Thank you guys for being here to support.
And I feel like I didn't get an answer to my question. How are you feeling about playing 9 a.m. tomorrow?
Oh, awful. I only found out when we showed up at the round and we both groaned in pain.
Okay.
Well, luckily we have plenty of time to spare because it didn't take her that much time to beat me, so
Should we get a nice little dinner together, maybe?
I'm not hungry right now. Maybe later.
Well, on a bright note, after the raid, we're gonna have a new video released on the BotezLive YouTube channel with one and only Grandmaster Daniel Naroditsky. Apparently, this is something spicy, and I am extremely excited and welcome everybody to smash that notification button on that YouTube channel to see that video out.
Okay, Dina's redeeming herself.
Well, chat, we'll see you. Actually, okay, let's be real. Only like a fourth of you are going to wake up at 3 a.m., but we will be there.
We'll
we have
be
2
there.
games tomorrow.
If you're a real fan, you'll be there. But you could
2
also
games
sleep
tomorrow.
because honestly, I would be sleeping too.
Now,
we'll
Alex,
see you in round 2, guys.
And
Thank
now
you,
Alex
Justin
better
Conclusion.
win every game, and I must.
And
win
then Dina
every
will change her
game.
banner.
Well,
And don't
you
forget
can't
to
lose now
join the
because I died. So
BotezLive
you
Club
can
on
win.
chess.com because we're gonna host weekly.
We are going to be hosting arenas. Yeah,
European
teamwork.
fans will be there. Appreciate it, chat. And thank you everyone who tuned in from X. The viewership was insane.
Yeah, we had more viewers on X than anywhere else. It peaked at like 29K or maybe even higher, which I
Which
guess
is
Someone was
X is
saying
just
it's
I
total
hope nobody
views.
just. I see. Well, it's okay.
Okay,
Don't worry.
well, why would you tell us that now?
Well,
Because
it
he
looks like
wants
you
you
didn't
to-
know. Well, I don't know if it's true.
Yeah.
Sometimes it's better not to know. That's all I have to say.
I'm sorry.
Well, no, it's cool. I wasn't excited.
I mean, listen, Alex, you gotta get used to being disappointed because apparently that's how you're supposed to play chess.
I guess so. Okay,
are
well,
very-
thank you, everybody. Oh, we rated.
Oh, did we?
Yeah.
Okay,
I have no
bye,
idea.
chat.
I think we're already off.
Oh, hey, guys.
Sorry, we couldn't see your video, so it's hard to not talk over.
Yeah. Okay, I think we're off. Yes.
I'm not sure we're
Yes.
off.
All right. Hammer, Dina. Oh, wait, we're still live. Oh, we didn't end the stream. Oh, the raid went through. Whoever's still here.
It's Vila.
Bye, chat. I think the raid went through, but we're accidentally still live. So see you guys tomorrow.
Bye, guys.
Bye everyone. Bye, Hammer. Bye, Dina.
guys.